we are doing here is for free. So all you have to do is to also share for other people to come in and join. So that is it. Put your questions at the comment section. Going forward, I'll bring them up and then we will respond to that for you. If there's anything you don't understand, just jot it down. If you can get a book and a pen, that will really be helpful because these people are going to bring you all the things you need to know, the schools, the tips, the gist, and everything you need to know. They are bringing them up for you to understand. So I don't want us to delay on this thing. We are here for business. So let's jump straight into it. The first session is going to be a motivation from one person who I really admire so much. He has inspired, hundreds of people. He is very active, especially on TikTok, and many people go to listen to wisdom. And I'm talking about no one than our brother Peter Bewa. So let me bring on Peter Bewa to inspire the world. Peter,
Yeah, my brother.
hey, Canada to say, how is Canada going?
Yeah, everything is fine.
They bless
Dibiabokora.
God. They bless God. I can see your color is really glowing and you're looking really good and nice. I mean, we are really happy that we have you on this session. So I want to give this session to you. You have the remaining 10, 15 minutes. Motivate people. People are there, they think everything is gone. I mean, when I watch your YouTube and your TikTok pages, sometimes I feel like crying, looking at where you came from and how God has done or what God has done for you and how you motivated yourself through this journey and being where you are today. What do you have for the world?
Okay, fella GH, I want to use this opportunity to thank you for this program. Bringing all these people together to share our story to the world. Basically, so motivation I want to share today is understanding who you are, your purpose, your vision, and where you want to reach in future. In fact, for this purpose of this program, I would say that most people are not able to identify their career path and their purpose in life. And this is the reason why people are not able to navigate through the storms of life. I believe that we all face challenges. You are not the first person to apply for school for them to reject it. You are not the first person for them to reject your visa. But I believe that if you believe in consistency, in the determination, the tenacity, the resiliency, the passion, and then you add faithfulness and hope to your career or your purpose, you're going to achieve it. So basically, if you're watching me right now and you want to navigate through school application abroad, how you can able to position yourself in this world, not just schooling abroad per se, but I want to tell you that you are significant in this world. You are very important to this world. Don't allow people to tell you that you're not important. Sometimes your purpose can change when you change your location. There are certain people you can able to become significant and important to the society when you're able to change your location, when you're able to change your relationship, when you're able to change how you think. And don't forget that your mind is your life. How you think, perceive who you become. So sometimes we face challenges in this world. For instance, when I was in Ghana, I didn't believe that I will have this opportunity that one day I'll be inspiring thousands of people. Sometimes your dreams, people will not believe in you until your dreams are being realized. So sometimes you don't need people to appreciate you. You don't need people to tell you that you can do it. It is self-determination and self-efficacy, telling yourself that irrespective of the situation, you can still become relevant to this society. So young guys, young ladies watching me all over the world, I want you to tell yourself that the storms of life will come. Sometimes hardship will come. Sometimes things will not go well. As we all started, it has not been easy, and it will never be easy. This world, according to sociological perspective, is saying that this world is survival of the fittest. So if you are not strong in your mindset, it will become very difficult for you to believe in yourself. That is why I'm telling you that how you plan your life in the next 20 years depend on what you are doing today. Whatever is affecting our life today is the decision we made in last 2 years, last year, last 10 years. So whatever you are doing, let one wisdom be your guide. And I've been telling people that in as much as you are looking for knowledge, wisdom is the light of men. And what is wisdom? It is through pains that people are able to acquire wisdom. It is through experiences. It is through interactions. This school abroad that you want to come and do, you alone cannot do it. No one in abroad can tell me that, oh, Peter Bewa or this guy did it. You can't. You need the help of people. And sometimes you need to understand that you can able to achieve greatness. Sometimes you need the help of people. Now we are all creating a lot of social media platforms, a lot of international platforms, how we can able to share our story to ignite and empower young ones. What are you doing today that will change the narrative of your life? I don't know how far you want to go in life, but Peter, I want to tell you that it is possible. Whatever dream, whatever thing that you want to do or achieve in this school application that we are coming to have this conference, I believe that you can able to achieve it. And in the next 10 years to come, we will meet on the table of great people where we will laugh and remember the things that we passed through. And no great person is without a scars or wounds. Sometimes it could be too. Sometimes you pass through the certain things that will make you shiver. But I want to tell you that if Peter has able to rise from Tachimentia to this far, a person without passport, a person that my father, my mother, we don't have any family member abroad. Me, my blood is not abroad. I don't have any family member in Canada or US. But with the determination and the passion, sometimes God bless men. God can bless you, but if you don't believe in yourself to navigate through the storms of life, you can become great, but you can become poor. People are born great, but without wisdom and knowledge, they are not able to become great because they lack the fuel. And the fuel of life is wisdom and knowledge. So sometimes, as we are all trying our best to navigate through this school application, I want you to believe that it is possible. In this school application, if you have negative mindset, your results will become negative. A negative mindset will never attract a positive result. And this is some of the things that people need to believe in it. I'm not saying that prayer is the foundation of our life. But if you don't put in much effort, if you don't put in certain things that will help you to develop, it will become cost 90. Pray, but apply wisdom. I want Africa to be one of the powerful continent in this world. But we, the youth, can come out and then bring this significant thing that can really help us to develop. And this is what I want us all to believe in. And I believe it is going to shape our mindset and also believe that it is going to help us to develop. So, my brother, I will end it by saying that it is never too late to start again. Those people who have given up, it is possible. I want to see the results. I want to see the significant thing in your life. There said somebody's watching me. Because of you, your family is going to change. Your society is going to change. Your country is going to change. You need to your life need to benefit those people in your circle, in your society. And when they tell people that you have become a great person, it's not about the money, but the impact. And sometimes you need to impact in yourself before you can impact in other people's life. And this is why you need to believe in yourself. Some people think that it has ended, but I want you to believe that it is possible. Next year by this time, you'll be on this platform with us as again to share your story here. So do not give up. I believe that it is possible. Take it up and engage in activities that will stretch your mindset. Don't become lazy. I don't know how far you want to go in life. If you know where you're going is far, what you carry must be deep. And what is the fuel? That is the knowledge and the wisdom. This is the passion that we want to ignite. So believe in yourself, and I believe that God will never disappoint you. So, my brother, I will leave it with other people as well.
Wow, wow. That is very powerful. For nothing at all, what you have to keep is where you are going is far, what you are carrying must be deep.
Yeah.
Did I get it right?
Yes.
Wow. If where you are going is far, what you
What
carry
you carry
must
must be deep.
be very deep. Thank you so much, Peter. Peter
Thank
will
you.
surely come back later. So that is it for Peter. If by now you are not poised for this session, I don't know what else you need. Peter has already graced the occasion with this insightful motivation from him. Let's bring the famous Israelite. I don't know if I am getting it right. The famous Mizraimite, the king of Mizraim. Many people know him as a prophet. Others also, I mean, he can actually have some humor part of him. I go to his space sometimes to laugh, and if you want to laugh, you can also get it. He's a blend of everything, you know. He's a blend of everything. But that notwithstanding, he has got much knowledge about this study abroad. He went through himself. He was denied a couple of times, and I want him to also motivate us with those who are believing or thinking that all is lost. I mean, all hopes are lost because they tried one, it didn't go well, or they are coming from a poor home and it looks like nothing is working for them. I want him to motivate you again that it is never too late. You can always try again. So let's bring the famous Misery Might. Misery for you now in Akava.
Oh, Mejoso.
Yeah, 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 boy, you made, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. You've really been a helping to the people. Yeah.
Okay, so I got to know, say you had previous denials. I mean, a
Mhm.
couple of them. How many
Yeah.
denials did you get previously?
Four
More
denials.
denials.
Yeah. So I had it on my fifth attempt.
Wow, wow. Sometimes I always say that I don't know what I would have done if I got my first visa denied because it's hard for me to believe that why shouldn't I win? Why should I lose? Why
Mhm.
shouldn't I get this? I mean, sometimes I just sit down and ask all these things by myself, and I'm like, I mean, let me just give thanks to God for the things that come my way. But having gone through 4 visa denials and getting your visa approved on the fifth attempt, how I mean, what will you tell your people who are thinking or dreaming or have lost hope and they think all is lost? What do you have for them?
Yeah, first of all, let me thank everyone for watching us. And I thank Fela GH because he's really doing tremendous work. I mean, gathering all these great people to come here and speak to you is something good. But I would take it from where Bawa ended. He said something. He said, put in much effort. Put in much effort. Let me tell you something. In this world, it's not going to be easy. Though people will find it easy, but in general, it's not going to be easy. So it's not whether you get knocked down, but this is whether you get up. It's one of the favorite quotes. You see, as we are growing, there are a lot of circumstances, there are a lot of difficulties, but it is only a few that rise up. So our greatest weakness lies in giving up. The greatest weakness you can ever come across is when you give up. So the most certain way to succeed is always to try just one more time. So this was something that was encouraging me. Anytime I go and they deny me, I remember this quote, just try one more time. And there's this favorite quote that wherever I go, I always tell people, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. is very powerful. He said, if you can't fly, then run. If everybody is flying and you can't fly, make sure you run. And if you can't run, also, if you can't run, make sure you walk. And there's another one too. If you can't walk, make sure you crawl. And he says something that whatsoever you do, you have to keep moving. You see, this is one of the quotes that kept me going because it's not easy to have four deniers. I'm telling you, it won't be easy. The emotional difficulties, the financial issues, and in my case, it was not only in Ghana. I went to Ivory Coast as well, so you can imagine. So, I mean, giving up shouldn't be an option. No, giving up shouldn't be an option. Whatever you do, whatsoever you do, you have to keep going. So, people will ask, I've been denied twice, I've been denied 3 times. What should I do again? A lot of people comes to me with that question. Now, I want to share a quick strategies that can help you if you've been denied one, two, three, four, five. Many a times mistakes people make is when they are denied, they think if you change the country, it's easier to get approved. So if they were denied in Ghana, they will go to IC with the same document, thinking that if you change country, you'll be approved. But let me tell you one thing: the American visa thing is one system. So what denied you in Ghana has been recorded. It has been recorded in the system. So even when you go to IC, the same thing will be there. So, what will really help you? The first strategy you need to adapt is self reflection. Anytime you go to F1 visa interview and you are denied, as soon as you come home, do self reflection. Take a pen and paper, start putting down your answers. What did I say? What did I say? What question was he really stressing on? For example, my first visa refusal, the consular was stressing on, so who will pay this deficit? Why is this person paying this deficit? And do you think this person can pay this deficit? So I mean, reflecting on what the consular was saying, it was clear that something was wrong with my deficit. So anytime you do self reflection, It enables you to identify areas for improvement and also areas where you are to become strong. So don't forget to do self-reflection. It's very, very important. And the second thing after doing self-reflection you have to do is you develop a plan. You develop a plan. Now, as you have identified, I mean, where you had shortfalls, then you identify your, I mean, a plan. Now, my deficit was too high. My program is not compatible with what I want to do. Then you think about those things. After that, you adapt and improve. For example, if my first denial, my deficit was 30K, second attempt, I need to make sure there are changes. I need to make sure at least I have cut the cost by half. And in my first attempt, if my program was not aligned to what I or my career goals, I have to make sure I change it again.
Mm-hmm.
And also, you have to seek feedback. It's very important. Speak to people who have passed through this process. Sometimes their suggestion will be a tool to help you. So make sure you speak to people. And the last of all, build resilience. It won't be easy, as I'm saying you can imagine. I went to the first attempt, I was denied, second denied, third denied, fourth denied. Even the people I was talking to, they said maybe you can try other countries. Maybe you don't qualify for US. But I said no. Martin Luther King said, if you can't fly, run, whatsoever you do, you need to keep moving. Don't say because I'm saying you need to keep moving, you go every day with the same circumstance. You have to make sure your circumstances there has been changes, whether your deficit, your school. And one important thing also that really helped me was funding from the school. And I always tell people that this funding from the school, the professors are the very ones that if you want funding, they are the very ones you need to establish connection with. Because I remember my professor that aided me to get this funding, I was speaking to him for more than a year. So funding really helped me. So funding, you speak to people, you build resilience. Make sure you don't give up. I think we have a lot of legends on this platform. So I will summarize by saying what Martin King Luther said, that if you can't fly, make sure you run. If you can't run, make sure you walk. If you can't walk, make sure you crawl. But whatsoever you do, the most important thing is keep moving. Nyame
Wow.
nhyira Misraimfoɔ nyinaa.
Nyamisha Mizu Funyina. I was expecting that. I was never losing now on Nyamisha Mizu Funyina. So that is the prof of all prophets, Prof. Aqua, and it has been so inspiring as of now. No matter what happens, you should always keep moving. Never stop moving. That is one thing. If you don't remember anything Prof just said, no matter what happens, never stop. Keep moving. Now we are bringing the female amongst us, the mother amongst us. She is so beautiful. She is so inspired. Insightful. Those of you who know him from, who know her from Ghana, she was a radio presenter. She used to read news on Asasi Radio. Nanwa Tiseakono. So she says she has something to tell you people. When she came here, a lot of things have changed, and then she is living a much better life than what it was previously. So she has something to share. So let's bring on only female amongst us. I am Sewa. Sewa. Okay. Okay. So let's bring on Sewa. Hey, Sewa.
Hi, hi.
What a beauty. You're actually
Right.
glowing, actually.
Thank you. It's by the grace of God.
Wow. And I love your shades too. It
Oh,
really
thank you.
compliments you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. So growing from Ghana, I think when I remember the fact that you were a radio presenter back in Ghana, then I mean everything was okay for you. So why was there the need for you to even come to the US at the first place? And has there been any change ever since you came to the US to inspire people who think, just let's stay here. I mean, it's okay, just let's stay here. What do you have for the
Okay.
people back home?
So you said everything was okay for me, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, first and foremost, I want to say thank you very much for this great opportunity. And I want to say thank you to the two people who have come ahead of me, Peter Bewa and Prof. Aqua. they shared very insightful messages with me, and I have been blessed. So you would say that everything was going on well with me. I mean, I was living my dream, and I have said this on several occasions that at a point in my life, I felt like I have achieved whatever I wanted to achieve in my career. Because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be a journalist. And at a point in my life, as age 23, I'm like, I have achieved what I wanted to achieve. But then, is there more for me to achieve? Is life very comfortable for me? So even though you would see me on social media thinking that, oh, like everything is going on well for me, but really I still needed more, because I am still a young woman trying to make a living for myself. So I thought to myself, like, after undergrad, obviously I need to do my master's. And in my mind, I said, well, I will go to the US. But tell me, what was my plan? I didn't have any until I started like searching for information, researching and reading on how I can achieve this. So if you ask me today, right, that how has America changed my life? I have written down here 4 ways in which America has changed my life, and I'm going to be very fast with this. So the first thing is the educational growth that it has given me. So obviously I am here pursuing my master's. So it has given me the opportunity to pursue higher education and also have funding attached to it. Because like if I wanted to pursue my master's in Ghana, I was asking myself, where am I going to get the money to be able to sponsor my education? I have 2 other siblings. Both of them never achieved higher education. They had to sacrifice for me, because it happens that, oh, they are men, they can find their way through it, and I am the only woman. So when they completed senior high school, they sat down, spoke to my mom, and when I also completed, they said, ma, we are men, we can find our way through it, but our sister, let us support her to go to school. And for me, I had always had it in mind, I'm like, if I don't go to school, I don't know what I would do. So when I say the educational growth that I have had, I can't say without saying thank you to my family for being very supportive to me. So, one, I have been able to achieve higher education, which I am still doing. The second thing is personal development, and coming into the US, where I was starting life afresh. Traveled across the Atlantic Ocean to come and live by myself. So the first thing that under personal development I'm going to talk about is independence. Living alone was not easy when it started, but I have been able to cultivate a habit of being able to take care of myself, be responsible, especially in a new country. Initially, like when I was in Ghana, if I was sick, I'm looking up to my mom to be able to take care of me. But now I have to figure out all those things by myself, deciding what to eat, deciding where to spend my money, and all of that. So that is also another shift that has come into my life since moving to America. The next thing concerning personal development will be adaptability. It was a hard time for me when I got here, because like obviously there will be a cultural shock. There are a lot of things that I am not used to, but living here and the independence that I have gained also helped me adapt very well to the system. The third thing that I'm going to talk about is in social connections. I have been able to make friends, I've been able to make good industry connections. And one thing that I'm very grateful for in America, and also the people that I have met, is that they don't hesitate to put you on if they think like you fit this place, which is something that it was very hard for me to be able to achieve, because like obviously like protocol is working, you have to have certain connections before you're able to go to certain places. But when I came here, I realized that that was like the complete opposite. The connections that I have created, there are people who are willing to make sure that I flourish in whatever that I do. The last thing that I'm going to talk about is the cultural exposure. I have learned a lot of things. One thing that I have come to understand is that like I grew up in a traditional home, that piercings are not good, tattoos are not good. But when I came here, I have learned to see people beyond their physical appearance, and which I think that if I had not traveled out of my country, I will be restricted in the way that I think. So now, like some of the nicest people that I have met have tattoos, they have piercings, but they are some of the sweetest people that I have met. So in these 4 ways are things that I would say my life has changed, because I came from a poor background. My life has changed. Now I can afford the things that I want to afford. And I know, like, traveling here has changed my destiny totally. I'm able to send something to my family, which I was unable to do. I would ask my mom for money, even though you said I was doing well for myself. Sometimes, like, I didn't have money, I had to go and ask my mom to give me like 5 cities for transportation. But now I don't like ask for those things. And let's even say I'm not able to send money home. Even the fact that that burden has been taken off my parents and my family, I am super grateful for that. And now, like, people respect me. I don't know how that change comes, but like, once you travel abroad, there's a sort of respect that you get. And finally, I don't know if I was supposed to say this, but I also, like, coming to America, my life has changed. As some of you may know, I met a very wonderful gentleman, and he, like, we will be getting married very soon. And
Yay!
if I hadn't come to America, I wouldn't have
Wow.
met this person, because I have gone through a lot of, like, toxic relationships. Not to say that I'm shitting on anybody, but like, if I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have met him. And not for once did I think that very soon I will be getting married. So that's what I want to leave with you all.
Wow.
And thank you very much for having me.
Wow. Thank you so much. And all of us here, we have about 870 people watching live. We are all gathering for the wedding, whether in Ghana, whether in US.
Oh,
We will
yeah.
actually have them in US. So those of us who are watching us, make sure you are coming to the US. You are working on yourself to get your visa approved to come to the US. This wedding
Absolutely.
is a study abroad wedding. You can
Oh,
never miss.
yeah.
Okay, so I thank you so much for sharing your thought with us. We really appreciate your time and then effort. So, guys, we are done with the first session. I don't know if you have something else to say. Just write heat at the comment section. Just write heat at the comment section for me, because it has been very powerful. We are moving on to the next session, but before we do that, if you are watching us from any other platform, we are streaming live from Fela GTV on YouTube. So if you haven't subscribed, we will actually appreciate your subscription. Not only me, on all the other people streaming on their pages, all the wonderful people we have here, they all have social media handles. So just go and follow them on the social media handles, and then subscribe to their YouTube pages. Go and watch everything we are doing here. We have already started it on our various pages. Just go study there and then better yourself and your chances of coming here into the US. So just let's take some 30 seconds break, and then we will just come back for the next session. Don't go, just type heat at the comment section, and then I will see you in 30 seconds. Okay, so we are back again for the second session. Just like you saw, the first session was really mega, and you are believing the second session would be more fire than the one we have had so far. So this particular person, or these persons I'm bringing on board, you might have watched them so many times. You might have you might have watched him. Let me start from that point. You might have watched him so many times. You might have watched his videos so many times. You know his name already. He is very known when it comes to study abroad. I actually say he is like a power bank where we actually go and charge our batteries, and then we move out. Anytime I have anything I don't understand, I just go into his DM. Hey, Mister, I don't understand this. Can you help me? Why? How do I understand this? How do I explain this? I always go him for knowledge and for understanding. So I believe you know the person already. So let's bring on Mr. Fred. He's a powerful person in this study abroad. Mr. Fred,
Hi, bro.
I believe people would have beaten me if I didn't have you on this page.
and God bless you for the opportunity and being able to put this great people together for us to share our ideas and thoughts with our brothers and sisters who also want to go through the process.
Wow. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful to have you. So we are done with the first session. We are coming straight into the actual reason why we are here, to study more about this study abroad journey. But before we start, we know there are certain things we need to do. There are
Right.
certain things we need to know. It's about how you start. You say agrone
Agronoform.
agrone from I'm from the training. So I'm trying to bring all the progress I know. So how
Yeah.
you start will determine how you actually end it. So have you on this page, we want to know what are the things we need to know before we enter this whole study abroad kind of thing.
All right. Thank you so much. So, thank you for the opportunity, and everybody. Thank you for tuning in. We want to make sure that you are getting value out of this conference, and by the end of this session, you'll be able to know all the things you need to have or know before you start this process. So I'm going to go into the document, and this time around, many of you know the list of documents already, but this is something that you probably have not heard anywhere before. I need you to get your pens and papers to be ready. Now, God bless Peter Bewa. You need motivation to start this process. It might be rough along the way, so you need this motivation to keep you going. You might be denied a couple of times, maybe an admission, a scholarship, or a visa, just like my brother Prof. Akwa. But you need to be resilient and be able to be persistent and be able to go through the process. Understand that it's not all rosy and all that. However, the level of experience, the education, and also what you're going to get when you're able to successfully go through the process, just like Sewa did. So my duty here is to let you know some of the things you have to do, and especially the documents. Of course, let's start with the positivity aspect. This is something that you're going to invest time, effort, and a lot of, sometimes you have to invest some resources, and also time, effort, and money into it. So you need to be positive about this, that if I put in the application, there is going to be a positive result in terms of admission. If I put in the application, there's going to be a positive result in terms of scholarship. If I apply for the visa, people who have gotten it approved are not better than I am. But if I also try, it's going to be possible. So have that positive mindset first. The next thing I want to talk about is starting with a list of documents. And like I said, this is something you probably might have not heard before. So everybody knows that you need to get your certificate. And in terms of the graduate level, you may not need, most universities may not necessarily require your certificate when you're applying. Normally, they will ask for transcript. So assuming you have graduated, or you are yet to graduate from your university, maybe you have 6 semesters or you have 7 semesters, it is possible for you to apply with your transcript. When you are coming to the university, that's when you bring the certificate to them. You might have probably graduated from high school. You wrote WASI. It takes like a year or two for your school to finally give you the official certificate. Is it possible to apply without it? Yes, it is. Most universities, you just need to send them what we call the WAEC results checker. They will be able to verify your results from the WAEC portal, or better still, you send them the results you had from the WAEC portal so that they can use it for the admission. So you do not necessarily have to wait for the original certificate from your school to apply. So let's move on to the transcript. When it comes to transcript, I classified it under 2. We have the complete and incomplete. So it means that if you are in final year, you may probably have 7 semesters of transcript, or maybe 3.5 years of transcript. Most universities will still accept this transcript, give you admission. Understand this process will take a while. So after you've gained admission and you're coming to the school, you may have the complete transcript. If you've already graduated, it means that you have the complete transcript. And in terms of the complete transcript, I'm dividing it into 3. There is 1, the official transcript; 2, unofficial transcript; and 3, the evaluated transcript. Listen, some universities allow you to upload your transcript, whilst applying to the school. Ohio University, University of Nebraska Lincoln. A lot of universities will just give you that opportunity to upload the transcript in the portal. In that case, it is considered unofficial because you have access to it. For it to be official, you need to get your school to directly send the transcript to this university in a sealed way, so you can either take it, and universities like University of Cape Coast have the alumni portal, where you can order your transcript and sometimes English proficiency letter for it to be directly sent to the university you are applying to. So you can either use your incomplete transcript because you've not graduated yet you can apply. You can use your official transcript or complete transcript, which is either the official transcript or the unofficial one. The difference between official transcript and unofficial transcript is when you have access to the transcript, it is considered unofficial. However, if your university sends it directly to the the college or university you're applying abroad, it is considered official. Now let's come to evaluated transcript. For most universities, they want to verify that indeed the Fred Effect is the one, or Fela GH is the one who said he attended this university and got this CGPA or this grade. So for them to believe that is feasible, you have to get a third party or a third body, which is the evaluation company. And my brother Aaron will speak will delve much into the evaluation, so that they assess your transcript and see it equivalent to the US level. So if you maybe graduated from KNUST and then you had CWA, if you graduated from University of Development Studies where the CGPA is over 5.0, they want the evaluation body to convert it to the equivalent of 4.0 or to see the CGPA level of your CWA. And most universities, some universities require this. And in terms of the evaluation, remember that not every university requires the evaluation. A typical example, University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa, even if you have the evaluated transcript, they will still require the unofficial or the official transcript from your university or the original one. They don't want the evaluated one. It means that if you do not have money to pay or afford the evaluation, notwithstanding the positive side that comes with it, you can still go ahead and apply to some universities. So there are universities which are indifferent, which means that if you have the evaluated copy and you upload it, they will take it. A typical example, University of Michigan Flint. But if you don't have the evaluation, they would also accept it. Accept the unevaluated transcript. So if you want to go through the evaluation, understand that it gives you an opportunity, for one, mostly your CGPA will shoot up. Two, to apply to a lot of universities, because for some universities, University of Dayton, for example, is a strict requirement. Marquette University is a strict requirement. And so if you have the evaluation, it gives you an opportunity to apply to most universities that either accept it or do not accept it. And then you'll be able to go forward. All right. So sometimes, your university could directly send the official documents to the specific college or university you want to apply to. It could be through Parchment or maybe Clearinghouse, or if your university has a portal like University of Cape Coast has the alumni portal, then it can directly be sent to them. Now we've spoken about the certificate. We've talked about transcript. Let's talk about other documents like the English proficiency. Now, because you're coming to study in an English-speaking country, sometimes they want you to prove a level of proficiency in the language. So some universities will require you to write exams like the TOEFL, the IELTS, or the Duolingo. However, if you're from an English-speaking country like Kenya, like Gambia, like Nigeria, like Ghana, you do not necessarily have to sit for these exams. If you could get a one-page document saying that you did all your courses in English, so you can speak and write English proficiently, then they'll be willing to waive it for you. You have to ask. Another mistake people make is that normally when you're applying to a university, in the portal, they ask you that what is your first language? Sometimes people mistakenly select another language. In that case, whether you say that you're from an English country or not, you'll be required to still sit for these exams. So pay attention to what you're putting in when you're being asked, so that if you can't sit for the IELTS or the TOEFL or the Duolingo, and you can have a one-page document from your school saying you are English proficient, it will be accepted. Let's talk about other documents like passport. Sometimes you may you'll be required to upload your passport just to prove your nationality if you're applying as an international student. But the question is, do you necessarily have to get a passport before you start? The answer is no. For most universities, you will only need the passport after you've gotten admission and you want to start processing your visa, that is to get an I-20 and stuff like that. And so if there is an opportunity for you to apply and later on upload transcript. Let's talk about Indiana University Bloomington, for example. You do not need the passport to finish the application. You have to apply when you gain admission. So if you've started working on your passport, then you don't have to necessarily wait for it. Go ahead, start the application. When the admission comes, maybe by then your passport will be ready, and then you use that to start the visa processes from there. All right. So another document that you may need will be what we call the writing sample. Not every department requires this. Remember that most of the requirements I'm mentioning, it depends on the university, and it depends specifically on the programs. For example, Howard University, if you're applying to an educational program, they require something we call autobiography. But if you're applying to a different program, they may not require that. So in terms of writing sample, they just want to know how good of a writer you are. So did you have a project work? Did you have an assignment? Sometimes they will give you a specific topic so that you write on, just to show that you are fit for a graduate school and you can write very well. So if you upload that, that would be great. Let's talk about the autobiography. There's an international program at Ohio University. Apart from uploading the statement of purpose, they'll ask for the autobiography as well. Let's move on to the statement of purpose. This is a major thing for everyone. Understand that, one, not every program you are applying to require the statement of purpose, and different programs have different names that they call the same document, right? So sometimes, for example, the Ohio State University in Columbus, in the business department, they'll rather give you a question to answer. So you do not have to have a generic statement of purpose ready to upload it on the application portal. So please pay attention to the specific requirements the university is given. Sometimes they go to the extent of giving you the number of pages, giving you the font size, the font type that you should use to write the statement of purpose. A certain university, like maybe Texas Christian University, will call it an essay. Another university will call it a statement of intent. Please, because you have written a generic one saying statement of purpose, that does not mean you should upload that. Check the specific requirement, what they want you to write in the statement of intent. Some people call it statement of purpose. Some people call it essay, before you upload it. Now, let's talk about recommendation letters. There are three ways that you could get recommended. One is to type in the details of your recommenders, including how you're related to them, their position, their email address, as well as maybe their phone number, so that a notification will be sent to their email and then they will recommend you online. Another way is that the university may give you an opportunity to upload a soft copy of the recommendation. A typical example is the application of University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Now, there are other universities, they want you to write or type the recommenders details on a paper. A typical example, University of Mississippi in Oxford. So if you type the details on the on a paper or in a PDF format, you will upload it and then they get in touch with them. So it is easy, like Clark University in Worcester. When you have a soft copy, they allow you to upload it. Sometimes getting these recommenders becomes a challenge. Now listen, some universities, they will not accept a traditional, a normal Gmail or Yahoo mail simply because anybody can have it. However, other universities would accept it. University of Alabama at Tuscaloosa will tell you that, if you use a Gmail or Yahoo mail, it will be subject to scrutiny. So if you are finding it difficult, and you see, everybody would want to have the perfect application as much as possible, but sometimes it's just a bit challenging. Once you have a challenge, does not mean you shouldn't go forward with the application. There's always going to be a challenge. You may not have the perfect SOP. That does not mean you wouldn't get admitted. So if you are not getting your professors to give you recommendation letters, remember, they are not the only people that can recommend you. If you are working, and then you can get professional recommendation letters as well, and sometimes it's fine. Depending on what program you're applying to, sometimes they accept religious recommendation as well. Some people go as much as getting ministers and other people to recommend them. So don't restrict yourself to only your professors. And there are three ways, like I said. You can upload it. Clark University, Ohio University. You can upload a soft copy. University of Mississippi, Oxford. You write it in a PDF, you upload it, and then they will contact them. And then the most popular one is when you type in the details, and then the system will automatically send a notification to them for them to recommend you. Now, let's talk about the resume or CV. That is also another document that mostly you need if you want to work on graduate school. Most of the documents I spoke about, if you're applying for undergraduate, you may only need your transcript, your results, or your certificate, letters of recommendation, and essay. Sometimes you will not be asked to upload a resume. You will not be allowed to upload a statement of purpose like it is for graduate school, or you may not be, asked to upload certain documents like the resume or the CV I spoke about. So in terms of undergraduate, the documents are a bit less, but mostly for full scholarship for undergraduate, you need an exams called the SAT or the ACT. Let's come to test scores like the GRE or GMAT. If you are able to sit for any of these courses, it's great, but not every program requires it. So if you do not have the financial capability, or if you are not capable financially to be able to sit for it, it means that you'll be narrowed to only programs that do not require it. However, if you have it, it gives you an upper hand. So what is the point? If you are like myself, where Bole Bamboy, there is no GRE center to write, it doesn't restrict you from starting the application. I tell people that this whole application process can be tailored to suit however you want, however your situation is. If you do not have money, there is a way you can get application fee waivers to apply. Then, if you do not have the GRE, there are universities that are waiving it. If you can't write IELTS or TOEFL, if you can upload, an English proficiency letter, it could be done for you as well. Now, in terms of money, when you want to study in the US, the amount that you should necessarily have, which will be at the later part, will be maybe your visa application fee and then your service fee, which is $350. However, any of the other monies involved in terms of application fee differs from one person to another. So, for example, if the application fee for one school may be different from another. So, if you decide to go through the WES evaluation or transcript evaluation, there are other ways that you can swipe that if you don't have the money to be able to get to apply to schools that will not require that. If you have it, remember, it can shoot up your CGPA. It increases your chances of applying to a lot of schools, and then it has a lot of benefits as well. So basically, these are the things you need to have. Have the motivation that it is possible. People studying abroad, and it's incredible that all of us on this platform going to speak to you today are studying abroad. We are not better than you. If Peter Belwa was able to do it, you can do it. If Prof. Akwa was able to do it, you can do it. If a fella was able to do it, you can do it. If Sewa was able to do it, if the Fred Effect was able to do it, you can also do it. So from today, take it upon yourself that my CGPA will not bring me down. To be honest with you, if you are able to take the steps, remember, applying to universities abroad, you do not necessarily have to have a perfect CGPA. I'm not also encouraging you that if you're in school, don't get a perfect CGPA. But there are certain things, sometimes you can't do anything about it. But you can also, use other means once your CGPA is determined. Some people who have given up because they have a poor CGPA. You have given up because you had an E, you had a D7, and it looks like there is no school to apply to. I'm here to tell you that it is also possible. Tailor the study abroad process to suit whatever, however your profile is. Everybody would have wished to have a lot of money to pay application fees. Unfortunately, some people, as I speak to you, do not even have a MasterCard or credit card or a Visa card. When I was a national service personnel in Bole Bamboy, listen, I applied to, I paid only one application fee. The reason was that I did not have a MasterCard or Visa card, and the national service allowance was 559. So listen, I did not get discouraged because I did not have MasterCard or Visa card to pay an application fee. There are always ways and means. Just learn from people who have done it. And incredibly, almost all everybody on this platform has a platform that we keep on explaining how things can be done because we've been through it, and then we continue to educate you that this is the way we did it, and you can also do it. I understand that my brother is next to share with us how you can get the schools. So I hope this has been a blessing to you. I need you to feel motivated. I need you to know that you can also do it. People studying abroad are not better than you. Sometimes we happen to be in the same class, or served in the same national service, or from the same neighborhood, from the same church, with some people listening to us now. And so we are not better than you. If we were able to do it, you can do it. So these are the things you need. And Phil, I appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Fred. It was like, I mean, the best lecture hall study. I mean, everything was detailed. It was well structured. It was well planned. I mean, maybe you should become a professor one day. You'll be a good teacher.
Okay, thank you for the platform.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Fred. We really appreciate you so much. So we are done with Mr. Fred. We are bringing on another great person who is also well known for when it comes to looking for school here in the US. You cannot mention the top people without mentioning his name. He has got a lot of people following, learning, and a lot of people being inspired through his platforms. So without much ado, let me bring on Mr. Kingsford Onyina on the page. Hey, Mr. King.
Yes, sir. Am I on?
Yeah, you're on.
Excellent. Yeah.
We have a good here.
Yeah, everything is fine by God's grace. Yeah, everything is fine.
Be blessed. God. I've got many people asking me, Phil, how do you get the school? How do you say? Because someone will be like, I'm going for this program and I don't have any school to apply. But you go online, you do one or two things, and you have a list of schools. How are people not able to get these schools? What is the trick in looking for schools?
Yeah. Thank you for that. Yeah. First of all, I want to stay with me. Don't leave me.
Okay. All right.
I want to first of all, commend you for being able to put this together. When I was looking at the outline, I would say that on a higher confidence interval, like you're able to align us to where we deem fit. I would put it that way. I stand to be corrected, but I could see that where you put Vargas, where you put Fred, where you put Peter, where you put Eddie, we know this, we know ourselves. So I was like, this is really well planned. And I would say that we have one of our key gurus. He's the founding fathers. Shy Guides. I used to watch him way back in Ghana. Gratitude is a must. That was what he used to say back in those days. So I would first of all give him the respect. And then I'll come to my boss, Fred, who has been inspirational. This new media, social media, TikTok, YouTube, it's been so helpful for us to be able to, share this information. At first, people used to travel and come here, but we don't get this feedback. I was talking to a church member in my one of my elders. He came here in the 90s. I was like, how did you do it? It's like we used to go to the US Embassy, dig books, read through the books to find schools. But now it is different. So let's kickstart. Let me not waste too much time. So I will thank all the previous presenters. You guys did excellent. From Peter to Prof to Sewa to my boss Fred, and I'll just add my voice to it. Ideally, I would have wished I would demonstrate, but I'm going to give the general overview, and then we will recommend one or two videos here and there, and then I'm sure it should be a good guide. And you made a very good point that people will come to your YouTube channel and they will find list of schools, this blah blah blah. You know how we do it. And the question that you ask is very, very, very cognizant that how did we do it? That means that it is a question that we should ask ourselves, not can you give me more? How can I do it? So that is a good question that if you are listening to us right now, how can I also do it? No, it shouldn't be the parasitic, pattern. It should be a pattern whereby you are asking us to, help you to also, know how to fish, not to provide you the fish. Not always reach out to Phil. I want school to apply in US. No. Phil, how can I also know how to search for these schools you search for? And that is a good question. So to make it very simple, I have two approaches. Okay. I have two approaches. And I will lay this foundation very well. This study abroad process is very personal. What Phila went through is different from what Aaron will be sharing. What my brother in Canada also went through is different. What Fred went through is different. The funding they brought, Prof. Aqua, on the 5th attempt. I have someone too who came on, I think, the 5th or 6th attempt. So it varies. Phila went once he had it. The experiences vary. So it is always good we give you this perspective so that you cumulate them together and don't make them a standard. However, you sieve out the ones that fit your profile. If you had a low CGPA, Aaron is here to help you out. How did he do it? If you had a good CGPA, some people are here to help you out. If you have written GRE, we have people who wrote the GRE. So it is complementary, okay? So back to the school search. The school search, the first approach is called the state-by-state approach. The state-by-state approach. It is very cumbersome or very difficult, but I believe that it gives you a comprehensive overview of the schools in the US. So, let's say you read Bachelor of Arts in Economics. That's what I read. Or you read Bachelor of Arts in Math or any other program, early childhood. And in US, let me lay the foundation again. Every program is respected. Every program is respected. If you're on this session right now, I would want to emphasize that every program you read, if you read art, in our society, we have some stereotypical perspective of these programs. Here, I call some programs uncommon programs that have higher chance of getting funding. I mentioned English. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I'm just trying to put them in quote here. English, communication, art. Programs like early childhood, education. Every program is respected in this country. Back home, we have this skewed perspective of, describing if you're not in the sciences, they put you somewhere. However, here, if you read English, if you know someone who read English, communication, go and tell the person to come and join us. Right. So let's get to it. I know I'll be going here and there, but we just, have so much to offer that the timeline is very short. So allow me to be digressing here and there. So the state-by-state approach, we have about 50 states or 50 states in US here. So what I did personally was that I didn't follow any website curated schools like for ICU. It is a website that they have just created. List of universities. We have US News. List. We have Masters Portal. A lot of websites and ourselves, YouTubers, we are there. However, I didn't leverage all these platforms, or they were just complementary. My main conduit was to go to Google. And I will Google list of states in US. List of states in US. And Google will furnish me with all the states from Alabama to Wyoming. That is the A to the W. I didn't know there was a state called Wyoming when I was about to start to school. And Phila is in my state that I left there right now, or the state I left there right now, Illinois. I thought Chicago was the state and Illinois was like a city in Chicago. So we were all oblivious. However, we went online. What are the states in US? And some of you may have family members in different states that you become so skilled that, okay, this is where I want to go to. Please, when it comes to this process, if you are listening to us right now, the main metric that should be your reason for choosing a state, from my perspective or subjectively, is funding consideration. It is not when your auntie is there or your brother is there. It is funding, because as Prof said, the funding is one of the key metrics that helps in increasing your chance of getting funding. Getting your visa approved. Mm-hmm. So the state-by-state approach, you go to Alabama on Google, then you just type list of universities or colleges in Alabama. And I have this video there, over 200K views. Like it's blowing. And what I do is that you go to Alabama and then you check list of universities, and Alabama universities will come out. Now, I think Google, there's been some changes right now, but I will give you this classification. In US, we have R1 universities. R1 universities are high research impact universities. They are universities that are currently doing active research, serious active research, and they are top tier universities. You're talking about the Ivy Leagues, the Stanfords, the Harvard, the Yales, right? The Princetons. And then we'll come to schools that are not in the Ivy League, but they are top tier in this country. We are talking about schools like University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. We are talking about University of Chicago. You're talking about Northwestern University. These are top tier universities. They are called R1 universities. And then we'll come to R2 universities. They are mid-sized research universities. So for them, they do research, but it is not compared to the R1s. And if you are looking for schools, ensure all your schools do not fall in the R1s. You have R1, you have R2, and we come to teaching-based universities. And the teaching-based universities is where normally the assistantship is normally, I wouldn't say I would say it's not competitive that much compared to the R1s and the R2s. Because the R1 and R2s, it is extremely competitive, and especially the R1s. So ensure your schools are streamlined between these classes, right? And then we have a category called land grant universities. Land grant universities. These universities normally they have a lot of funding, because the government give them priority when it comes to the National Science Foundation allocation of funds. So I would say that currently, I would say most of those schools, they give funding and your deficit will be zero. The land grant universities, to a large extent, not all the schools, but to a large extent. So you can just Google land grant universities in US. You have all of them state by state. Then we come back to the state by state approach again. So you are done with Alabama, you go to Alabama. Fela is in Illinois. List of universities in Illinois. You go there, University of Illinois, Springfield. What you're going to look for is what Fred said earlier. Look at the admission requirements. Do you meet the GPA requirement? Do you meet, the SOP requirement? Some school like, let me go to Michigan, the school that I had my first funding, University of Western Michigan. I submitted only my transcript and my CV because that was what was required. No reference letter, no SOP, and I got my funding. So it varies. However, these schools are very negligible. They are not many. I have some of the list there. I think I've compiled, but they are not many. So to backtrack, you are going to look at the admission requirements. Number one, that is, do you meet them? Are you ready to write a GRE? Are you not ready to write a GRE? Do you have the intellectual capacity and the financial prowess to write the GRE? If you don't have it, you can skip it. Then we come to one of the key things. One of the key things, I repeat, one of the key things, that is funding or scholarship. We skip this phase and just apply to any school. And when we get the funding, you come and flood Phyllis DM that Phila, I have gotten admission. How can I get funding? That means you skipped a very huge part of the process. So you check the admission requirement, you meet them, and you look at their financial assistance. What are the options available? In US, I'm sure someone will talk about funding, but let me chip in here. In US, the main form of funding for graduate school is called assistantship. And we have three categories. We have the teaching assistantship, the research assistantship, and the administrative assistantship. The teaching and research normally is cognizant, or it is based on your academic credentials and your research interests. However, the administrative assistant, I always say, if you are listening to us and you have low CGPA, be looking at these ones, because these ones, they have them in the sports and recreation center, housing and dining. They have them in the graduate school office and many of the outlets in the universities. They are looking at your willingness and your CV being able to align with the administrative role. And again, it comes to what? A full tuition waiver or partial tuition waiver, monthly stipend, or no monthly stipend. Ohio University, they have this graduate recruitment scholarship, which you work 5 hours, and they were giving us, I think, 16,140. I remember at our time. So it varies. But all I'm saying is that after looking at the admission requirements, you look at the financial assistance. Is it available on the website? If there is any discrepancy, email the coordinator. Don't be sending emails that have already been answered on the website. Go to the frequently asked questions. Let's say University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. You want to apply to Masters in Agriculture and Applied Economics. You go to their frequently asked questions. You find most of the questions you want to ask already answered there. But if there is no answer to your question, you email, hey, Dr. Fela, I'm about to apply to your program. I have this specific question. I want to find out what was the average GPA for admission, average GPA for funding for the last year admission cycle. Normally, schools miss some of this information. How many students were awarded assistantship, and what was the pool of applicants? These are distinct and intelligent questions. It shows how proactive you are about graduate school. So don't be sending questions just to get, some people just have the fantasy of, a white man replied me. That is not what I'm talking about yet. We mean business. So send emails that are very intelligent. And then I think I'll go to the next approach. So state by state, you go to other states, you do the same thing. But for the undergrads, Eddie will talk about it. It is very simple. They have all been merged in the Common App website, or the Common App. So you go there and you have all the schools there, very well structured for you. But for graduate school, you have to go through this rigorous process. Sometimes the sciences, it's not just by applying, it's about reaching out to professors, communicating some gaps you find in their research interest, and saying that, hey, if I should join you, Dr. Fela, this is what I can add to your lab. It varies. But all we are saying is that the state-by-state approach gives you a comprehensive overview so that you don't miss any school when you are searching for your schools, than just depending on some website to give it to you. The websites, they are good, they are perfect, excellent, clean, but this is my approach. And that was why I was able to now, if you mention any state, I can just recommend a school for you, because I've gone through the process and I've now been able to come out well furnished. The last pathway is called I call it the shortcut. And a shortcut, and you know, in the shortcut, there's a problem with it, right? So the shortcut pathway is whereby you just go to Google and you type in graduate assistantship for masters in, let's say, industrial engineering, graduate assistantship for masters in, let's say, English, graduate assistantship for masters in, let's say, nursing, graduate assistantship for masters in, let's say, electrical engineering. Once you input these information, Google will furnish you with chunk of schools. However, you are not going to look at the sponsored ads. You're going to look at specific links. Then you will click. It looks like I'm preaching. You just click on these links, because I'm so passionate about this thing, right?
I know, right?
Click on these things and then go to the website. And again, you are confirming the funding. Once you confirm the funding, go and look at the admission requirement on that school. So this is a shortcut approach. This one, it gives you all the funding under English. So you have to go through them, Google, you know how the Google spreads out its tabs.
Yeah.
2, 3, 4 in that order. However, there is likelihood you're going to miss some schools, because this one, it gives you the top tier schools. Right? However, the comprehensive approach, that was when we were able to dig schools in Wyoming, schools in Tuscola, schools in, Tuskegee, schools in mention them, a lot of schools. You know, when I went to my school that I did my master's, one white man met me and was like, out of all the schools in US, why did I choose just Charleston, Illinois? I'm like, the way I dug into the US map, it was crazy. So to wrap it up, the first approach is what? The state by state. And I think I merged something there. If you listen very well, I mentioned R1, R2, and then teaching-based university. And I added land grant universities. And I said that for the land grants, they have a lot of funding, because normally for them, if you get admission and funding, your deficit is normally zero to a large extent. Don't get me wrong. And then I came to the shortcut approach, whereby you use the graduate assistantship upfront to save yourself any stress. And then the rest would be go on LinkedIn, right? Go on LinkedIn. If you apply to your school, Central Michigan, connect with a Ghanaian student there. It shouldn't be always us. We have a huge community in US here. Connect with some people. Hey, I've applied to your school. Would you mind just mentoring me, giving me some in-house information? Be specific. I have done A, B, C, D. Can you help me with what? X, Y, Z. Don't just come and throw the question and leave it there like that. Then I think there's a new professor on LinkedIn called Professor Goldfraud, or something. I've forgotten her name. I said Goldfraud, if I'm right. She's doing so well. She's in Cornell, and she's been sharing some in-house information. Go and follow her. Follow Fred. Follow Shy Guys. Follow Fila. Follow all these guys here, and just don't be, be consuming the information. And again, I repeat, in as much myself and Fred, we share all these schools. Don't dwell or don't put all your hope in the schools we've shared. Fred will come and share a school. I'll come and share a school, university A, B, C, D. Ask yourself, look at the number of views these schools get. It means that the pool of applicants increases, and the law of large number. What happens? It becomes extremely competitive. So all that I'm trying to say is that if you are listening to us right now, take the pain. One of the most difficult part of the process is the school search and reference letter. These are the one of the two most difficult parts of the process if you're applying to schools in US and Canada. Why? Because with the reference letters, you can't do anything about it. It is a professor. But with the school search, it is you. But how to find the right school is a problem. And I'm glad Fila gave me this part of the presentation. So I hope I've been able to hit the nail right on its head. My channel is there. Fila is there. I don't like to give you schools. I like to show you how to do it. However, sometimes, demand and supply. That's why we supply these schools. But don't overdraw on these schools. And lastly, as Fila is taking over, I'm an economist. I don't believe in free lunch, right? I don't believe in free lunch. Free applications, they are good. But if you're applying to, let's say, 7 schools, 5 schools, at least do the free schools. But take it upon yourself that I will pay for some schools. the money becomes a barrier which reduces the pool of applicants, so that your chances are what? Are higher. So that is what I have for you. I'm on heat. I can go on, on and on. Thank you for that session. I hope the other guys will also nail it, and I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kingsford Onyina. It felt like we were in the church and we were listening to the word of God. The way it was coming, it was hitting our heart. Thank you so much. I love the enthusiasm you put to this thing. This shows how you love to help people in helping them make the American dreams a reality. We really appreciate you, Mr. Kingsford Onyina. So in this session, the last part of this session, we are bringing on one man who really inspires me so much. I've already had a session with him where he narrated how, even though he had a very low GPA, he was still able to make his way through here into the US. I want to bring him up so that conversation is already there, but then we want to blend that one with latest trend as to how we can go forward, even though our GPA is low. How can we go forward in making sure our American dreams become a reality? Many people call me and they're like, Phil, my GPA is 2.2, 2.3, 2.5, and the cutoff point is 3.0. Some are 2.7, but I don't mean that. What do I need to do? Mr. Aaron is here to inspire us because his name is Aaron Inspires. So let's bring on Mr. Aaron for him to bless us also. Mr. Aaron.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Charlie.
Thank you so much for joining in. I really appreciate the time in here.
Don't mention. Thank you so much for the privilege to also join.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So we have had a conversation already, but for the sake of this session, let's blend everything together. There are a lot of people who graduated with a GPA of 2 point something. Meanwhile, many schools do have their cutoff point, or let me use the word cutoff point, not necessarily cutoff point, but they are pegged at 3.0. But they don't meet that 3.0. What do they need to do?
All right. Thank you very much for this very opportunity and the very privilege. And I want to salute lead. I know Kingsford just finished and he's like, he's already preaching. He wish he had all the time. Like he's so energetic. And Fred has also come in, Peter Bewa, Prof. Akwa, Sewa. And Charlie, thank you so much for this very insightful journey that you guys have given to people who are watching. And let me just say, if I were to be in Ghana as at now watching this very program, Phil, I would say that by the end of this very program, if I'm not able to achieve whatever I want to achieve, then they need to lay me down and give me some lashes, because everyone right from Peter to Kingsford, everything has been laid down, and I know the rest are also coming to adapt everything about it. So see, if you are done with this very live session, it's not going to be off the social media, it's going to be there. If I were you, instead of you to be using your data to be watching other stuffs like this person has slept with 400 people and I've done this and all those things that are going to rather contaminate your mind, you can use that data and your time to rather watch things that are going to propel you into your destiny or the dream that you have for yourself. Now, before I move on to what topic I've been given, which is the transcript evaluation, I will say that anyone who has never made a mistake has never tried anything new. And that is a saying by Albert Einstein. Anyone who has never made a mistake before is someone who has never tried anything new. Now, why am I saying this? So back in 2018, I completed university with a low GPA, and then I started application because most of my friends, Freddy Fett and Bobby and a whole lot of friends have started traveling and they are going to do their masters. And I also said, okay, let me also do my application. I put in an application and I will be point blank. There was once university, let me say it, University of South Dakota. I applied and they told me that, see, your GPA is so low, we can't give you an admission. And so if there is anything you need to do, try and do your master's back at in your home country, and then consider applying for a PhD or something. And I sat down when I received this email, I sat down and I was like, come on. Doesn't mean that is the end of me if I have a low GPA. And by then I've not actually watched people who have, had a low GPA. Okay. So when I realized that back in 2020, 2021, I was like, when I was sitting home during the COVID time, I was like, no, let me go online, because if there is anything informational online, I can't sit down and still be sitting on my destiny when I know that maybe there is something out there for me. So I went online and I typed in, how can I do my master's in the United? I was specific. I actually wanted to be in Canada because Canada is one of the countries I've loved to visit. But then I was like, how can I do my master's degree in US with a low GPA? And I typed the GPA there. My GPA was 2.58. And so there were a lot of, search results that will come. Okay, you know, Google will give you like millions of results. So I started looking at them one after the other. And I think I got to the 10th one or something. And then I came across World Education Service. That was my first time hearing World Education Service. So I went on their platform and then I realized that they had a tool over there called the West IGPA Calculator, which is a free tool that each and every one of us, if you are watching me, you can use that tool for free. And this is like you are going to make an investment. I've never seen this in my life. Like you're going to make an investment and you already know how your investment is going to turn out to be. You know, the kind of fulfillment it comes with when you know that, okay, I'm going to invest $10,000 and I know that by maybe 2 months, I'm going to get $20,000. You know the end of the thing right from its beginning. This is only God who can do that. He knows the end of a thing right from its beginning. None of us on living on this earth could know what we can do, what is lying ahead of us in the next 5 years or in the next 2 years or even the next minute. We don't know. So transcript evaluation, when you look at the West IGP calculator, is on the World Education Services, their website. So I found this tool and then quickly they were like, okay, you can calculate your GPA for free and see how it's going to be when it's evaluating to the US system. So I sat down and this is work because you need to type in all the credit hours that you've done one after the other from semester 1 to the very last semester. So if you schooled for 4 years or you school for 5 years, you are going to type all these very courses with their credit and then their GPAs. But then one thing about their platform is that the course titles is optional because they know some of the course titles can be very lengthy. So, and that very platform is very time bound. So you need to be very fast when you get there. So when I found this, I said, okay, then let me just look at it. So during that time I was driving Uber. So when I closed from work, I came back home and then quickly hop onto my laptop. And during the night, you know, most of us, if you want to do something using the internet in the night, you will mostly want to do it during the midnight, so that you use the midnight bundle. So I used that and then quickly I typed in all the courses. So one after the other. So I left the course titles and then I typed in, and I have a video about that on my YouTube channel. So I typed in the the credit hours. So 3, then I entered the grade. So I did that to the very end. And when I hit calculate, Phila, it was shocking to me that my GPA 2.58 shot up to 3.2, and I couldn't believe it. Like I was like, no, is this a myth or is this true? So when I saw that, I said, no, let me redo this thing again. So I started calculating again. And remember, when I was doing it, the system does not accept pluses and minuses. And I know some people in like UPSA, and other universities in Nigeria, Kenya, because when I did the transcript evaluation, a lot of people have, contacted me from across Africa. And so I realized that some schools use minuses and pluses and other stuff. So don't let that bother you. The same explanation I gave to, for them, the pluses, you do the same thing for the minuses. So if, for instance, you had a 3 credit, okay, so your first course, you had a 3 credit and the grade was a B+. You can't enter B+ in that system. So it only accepts a B, A, C, or D. So you enter, when you had a B+, you enter a B. So it means that you have a plus carry forward, right? So you just put it somewhere. Now, whilst you are moving forward, if you see another 3 credits, which is like a C+, now instead of you to enter a C, because you already have a plus somewhere. So instead of you to enter a C, you add that plus to that C+, and it becomes a B. So it's like when you add that plus to it, you move a step ahead. When you subtract that plus from it, you move a step below. So you use the same thing for the minuses. So let's assume like you schooled in UPSA, or your grading scale for your university was like A, they have A+, it comes to A, and then you come to A-, and then you go to B+, and then you go to B, and you go to B-. So let's assume you had a B-, right? Let's assume you had a B-. Now, the B minus you can't enter that in the system. So you enter a B. Now, if you enter a B, remember B minus is below a B. So if you enter a B, it means that you are owing the system a minus, right? So it's like you have pushed your a step ahead. So you enter a B. Now, if whilst you are scrolling down to the next courses, and then you see another 3 credit, which is also a C minus. Now, this time around, instead of you to enter C minus, so the next step is a C. Instead of you to enter a C, remember you have already pushed yourself a step ahead. So instead of you pushing a step ahead, now you drop a step below. That is the complication. It comes when your grading scale is around the minuses and the pluses. But if you school like in UCC and then you use CWA like here in UST and like those ones, it's very simple. Like it's just a plus. A step ahead, or you keep the same stance, or you a step ahead, or you keep the same stance. But then if you did minuses and other stuff, that's where it becomes complicated. But like I explained, just write down the grading scale, okay? And what you have to do is this time around, write them on a paper before. So write everything on a paper so that now you have them in terms of A, B, C, D. Then you can now go on towards a system and then enter them inside. So that was what I did. And then my GPA shot up to 3.2. And I was like, hooray. I did that for 3 times. And when it gave me the same, results, I was like, no, I have to invest into it. So quickly, I invested into that. I think during that time, I paid like around $237. And it was a friend who is currently in North Carolina, Benjamin Tete. Thank you so much. Who was so loving and so caring and supported me to be able to pay because I was not having money. Did that and then quickly started my applications. And during that time, I was in Ghana and I was watching the Fred, I was watching Peter, I was watching Kingsford. And so I was looking at some of the schools they were suggesting and other stuff. And like Kingsford said, don't always look at schools close to wherever people are staying, or like maybe you see that your friend is in Ohio University, so you also want to go to Ohio University. There are thousands of schools in the US. Don't limit yourself. Right? Don't limit yourself. So that was what I did. I started looking for schools that, people are not there. And I think Shai will maybe talk about that. How I watched one of Shai Guy's video where he was giving even the statistics of like the number of Ghanaians who are in this school, the number of Nigerians who are in this school. So I started looking at that, and then I realized that my current school, University of Texas at Tyler, it was only one Ghanaian. And I mean Ghanaian international. We have Ghanaian who were born over here, but I don't count them as Ghanaians, okay? Forgive me. But then, like a Ghanaian international was just one person. So I was like, hooray, then come on, let me put it in. So quickly I started putting the application, and by God being so good, this school was not accepting a recommendation letter, was not accepting for the mathematics program, was not accepting the recommendation letter, no resume. It was just a GRE, and then I have to evaluate my transcript. So quickly I asked WS, and they accept the official transcript. So I have to order the transcript from the BS to be sent directly to the school. They sent it to the school, and I was in constant communication. And that's one of the things I want to talk about whilst I wrap up, apart from the evaluation. Constant communication is very key. So, Phila, one of the things that I was doing was I realized that the emails were becoming too much because Kingsford is doing videos about how to contact professors, grad school cafe, study with Ola. There were a lot of people who are doing that. So the emails were becoming, professors will be receiving emails within a day. We'll be receiving like 500 or 1,000 emails. So I was like, what will make my emails stand out? So if not, what I did was I did MTN IDD bundle. So I would check the time frame. I know during that time, they were leading us with like 6 hours. So check the states, which is leading us with 6 hours or 5 hours. We are leading them with 6 hours or 5 hours. Then I'll convert the time. So around 9 a.m., 10 a.m., that is US time. Then I'll call them. So this around, I was not doing emails. I will call the scholarship, department, and I'll tell them, I've applied to this school. I've gotten the admission, and I want to get any information about scholarships or anything. And they will send you the links. These people are down to earth. If you ask them, one thing about the Americans is that if you ask them, and the thing is that they will tell you and they will give it to you. Go and put it in. So that was what I was doing. So I was in constant communication with my current professor, my supervisor, and God being so good, I was able to land the assistantship got the admission, got the assistantship within 2 weeks of putting that. This school was actually the last school I applied, and because they were like, the Ghanaian community here was not that much, like, you know, they give priority about diversity because most of the US schools, they promote diversity. So that was one of the things that really helped me. And then I was able to get into it. So the transcript evaluation is something that is very key. And I know Kingsford interviewed this very young man, William Kwabla, is on his YouTube channel. During that time, I think it was around 2020 or 2021 that he interviewed him or something. And he also had a low CGPA. He also did the transcript evaluation. And currently, he's a big guy working with Walmart as a software engineer. Like, you know, so don't let your low GPA discourage you. Now, if you are listening to us and you're already in school, we are not propagating or we are not preaching that don't study. Be on your books. When I was in UCC, I didn't have that dream of studying abroad. If I had that, I would have been on my toes when I was studying, because I knew that the competition was going to be tight. So I need to strengthen my GPA, strengthen my credentials. But then if you have already graduated and you had a low GPA, don't give up on yourself. That is one thing I want to tell you. The only person who has ever failed on this earth is someone who says that today I am not going to even try at all. But as long as you have life, what I would say is that keep pushing and keep pushing that thing. The dream is still valid and you can achieve it. Don't let anyone look down on you, and you yourself don't look down on yourself. There is something out there for you. There is school over there in US, in Canada, in Italy, wherever you find it. There is a school over there that is going to accept you. But all it takes is for you to have that positive mindset and to be able to gather that courage and put in the application. Yeah, so that is what I'm going to say. So constant communication. And the second thing that I want to talk also about before to add up to the transcript evaluation is priority deadline. Now, if you are watching us, the priority deadline for most schools are by first week of December. Most of the schools priority deadlines have been met. Some of the schools were extended to even 15 January. So if you are listening to us, you are still not late. We are midway through November, so we still have some time. Put in the application before the priority deadline, because mind you, if someone who had a low GPA put in the application, and if your GPA meets the minimum requirements, right? If your GPA meets the minimum requirement and put in the application before the priority deadline, and someone with 3.7 or even 3.9 put in the application after the priority deadline, they are going to give priority to you before that very person. And that is it. That is the fact. If a school is even on a rolling basis, for instance, there is a school on a rolling basis, it means that if they are looking for 50 students, immediately they get to the 50th student, that is it. We have closed the application. Or even you can put in your application, but then no one will be accepted because we've gotten to the 50th person. So on the rolling basis, it means that the priority deadline speaks so much. So please, I will emphasize on this, that don't wait till the last minute to put in that application. Other than that, all your work or your efforts are going to be in vain. Put in the application on time and meet the priority deadline. And the last thing is to connect with people via LinkedIn. And I think Kingsford hit it on that. Don't stop connecting with people. Even as I am here studying, I still connect with people, because you don't know the information out there. So I still connect with professors in other schools. I connect with some of my friends in other schools. How are you able to get into this school? How are you able to move from a communication background to go and do a tech? How are you able to move from a bachelor, a business background to go and do communication with full funding? You see, so make sure that you are constantly connecting with people and get those information for yourself, and it's going to be a good deal for you. Thank you very much. And before I end, I want to end with this very quote that I love so much. He said, the difference between an ordinary person and an extraordinary person is the little word extra. So if you are going to go that extra mile to be able to put in that application, like Fred always says, don't sit down, put in that application. It will shock you that dream that we are living today, that is a dream for you. You can also make it. And next year, we'll see you here and we'll also gladly celebrate you. Thank you so much for putting in this very work. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow. That was really, really powerful, Mr. Aaron. Now, one thing I want you to keep is that the difference between ordinary and extraordinary is the little extra you put in. So if only you can put in that little extra, you will surely make it in life. So that is that for Mr. Aaron. Now let's bring on Peter back. Many people do come to me and they're like, why do you only talk about US? Why? Is it that other countries are not good education? They don't have good education. Why are you not talking about Canada? Why are you not talking about the UK? I've heard your cries. So I brought Peter back so that those of you who are willing to go to Canada and not the US, I mean, the system are mostly related. The US and the US has got a very good academic programs or schools. The same applies to Canada. So if your aim is not necessarily in the US but Canada, I have got you covered. So let me bring back Peter to speak with us about how we can apply to universities in Canada. Peter Akwaba.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Boko.
Okay, so let me give you the next about 10 to 15 minutes, educate people about how they can apply to universities in Canada.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to also use this opportunity to thank each and everyone watching me, especially my people following me, my followers, and everyone listening to this page. Yeah, as you know, Peter Belwa has been one of the advocates of development, change, mindset shift, and to God be the glory. I'm done with my masters in Canada. The journey to Canada is not an easy task, but it is easy for those people who had made their mindset, developing their own capabilities and understanding where they want to reach in life. If you don't know the end of your life, you need to work as if tomorrow is the last day of your career. That is why in Canadian school application, if you don't have the tenacity, the drive, you can never see through. So in Canada school application, what you need to understand is that they also give scholarship to people. I've been telling you that most scholarship in the whole world are found in North America. And when we say North America, we are talking about US, we are talking about Canada. The brother of US is Canada. So the same process that my brothers Fred Kingsford has been emphasizing on are the same thing that you need. But the most important thing is that Canadian school, the way they dealt with their things, as I've been a student here, and I also, to God be the glory, I have scholarship in the US and Canada. But when I came here, I realized that most of the conversation as to how you can able to communicate with the professors are quite different as to how you can able to communicate professors here. Most of the professors here, when you send them email and the email is not really strong one academic background, it is hardly for them to reply. Unlike US that they can even navigate things to apply. That's why most people, when you send cold emails to Canada, you might not, the response that you get is not as many as US. I don't know if people have learned this. So in Canada school application, one thing is that they don't accept many students in their class because Canada is one of the largest country in the whole world, the second largest in the whole world. But their school system, they don't pick many students as American will pick. So some of the classes, you can see 5 students, 3 students, 8 students, 7 students. Unlike US, some can even get 15 students. So what I'm saying is that if you're interested of applying to Canadian schools, you need to identify the provinces. We have 13 provinces in Canada. And 13 provinces, most of the provinces have their own ways of also giving admission to people. When I came to Canada, I was elected as graduate student representative. So I was part of the admission committee. So in Canada, when they elect you as graduate student representative, it allows you to sit on the admission board of your department. So Peter was a student on the admission board with the graduate coordinator in department here too. I really understand how you can able to navigate through. So one day I asked one of my professors that, why is it that Ghanaians are not able to get scholarship? Africans are not able to sail through this Canadian school. And the professor told me that, Peter, I know that Africans, most of the students are brilliant. But one thing that they lack or they don't really pay attention to is something called the communication skills. When we say communication skills is the foundation of school application. A person who can able to communicate ideas, perspective. I'm telling you, you can have a low GPA, but because of your communication skills, you can exist and sail through. So you can be a first class student with a GPA of 3.9 and somebody with a GPA of 2.2 and 2.9. If the person with 2.9 is able to communicate, articulate perspective, research, how you can able to blend ideas, the person can get funding. So in Canada school application, the basis or the foundation of your scholarship will base on your communication skills. And one thing that people don't know is that in most of the Canadian schools, the documents are different from America. For example, in most of the American schools, they call it statement of purpose. In Canada, most of the schools call it statement of intent. Some call it motivating letter. And one thing that people don't also understand in Canadian school is that they pay attention to details. When I say pay attention to details, when they ask you bring statement of purpose, make the document statement of purpose. Because if you're coming here as a student, they want somebody who pay attention to details. So any document they will say, make it sure that it is the same name. So Canada schools have a lot of scholarship opportunities for people. If you want Canada schools that Peter, I will prefer you to apply right now. You can check University of Toronto, you can check University of New Brunswick, you can check University of Ottawa, you can check University of Manitoba, you can check University of Prince Edward Island, Saskatchewan, St. Mary's University. They also have one good university that people don't apply, Dalhousie University, even the University of Winnipeg. Sometimes most of the Canadian school can also give you partial scholarship, but if you get a bank statement to support it, you can able to say through. Some people came to Canada without funding, they're able to graduate. So sometimes you can get funding when you come to the school. So we have internal funding and external funding, and most times it is not easy to also get external funding in Canada because they give it to the citizens and the permanent residents. So most of the funding, unlike UK, people apply to Commonwealth and those kind of things. Most of the scholarships here outside, they give it to the citizens and the permanent resident. And you're international students. You are here as a temporary resident. So some of the schools that can help you in the Canadian schools, and sometimes you can able to look at the provinces, as my brother Kingsford is saying. Okay, I want to check University of New Brunswick. I am from a low background. My mother doesn't have money. My father doesn't have money. How can I able to see through? You are not the first person to tell me that your father is poor. That one, in school application, if you have it in your mindset, you cannot cultivate the positivity or the positive results. So don't come here and say, I'm from a poor background. You are not the first person to say you are poor. That primitive and archaic thinking will not help you. So what I want you to do is that in Canadian school application, make sure you name the document according to what the department is telling you. You can also do the WES evaluation to increase your GPA, as my brother Aaron said. So they give priority to people who has research backgrounds. It is very key point because Canadian school doesn't accept many students as American is accepted. So if you want to navigate through, you need a tough mindset, and it must be also help. You need to put in much effort in the Canadian school application. You know, Canada, those people who have studied Canada and the US can attest to the fact that Canadian school Canadian application, getting admission in Canada is not easy, and getting funding in Canada is not easy. And even in our education system in Canada, I can boldly say that Canadian education system is tough than America. I don't know if Americans will, but based on what I've heard and what I've seen, I would say that my brothers in US, don't get me wrong, that is a fact. So if you really want to come to Canada, there are a lot of schools who are willing to give you scholarship. Ontario, even York University can give you full scholarship, full ride. And then you add it to your application. University of Saskatchewan, Dalhousie University, all these schools can really help you to also get the opportunity. The fact is that the immigration in Canada is changing some of the policies that is governing the action and inaction of international students in Canada. What I want you to do is that before you apply to Canadian schools, analyze that who is going to give me bank statement. Even if it is a full scholarship, at least you should add bank statement to it. You know, you at Canada, we don't go for interview. US, you go for interview. They will only call you for Canadian interview when your application demanded for it. But since I came here, I've not heard any international student going for interview. So if you want to come to Canada, there's no interview. You need to have a sponsor, somebody who will sponsor you, whether your brother, your sister, your wife, your cousin, your father, your mother. They can sponsor you. Even if you have a scholarship, you can add the application to you. Now, Canada has reduced the number of international students coming to Canada, but notwithstanding, don't allow that one to discourage you. Even yesterday, somebody's visa was approved. So if you tell me that Canada is changing, Canada is becoming hot, if you do that, you can never sell. This is a positive page. So believe that even if the whole world, one person is supposed to come to Canada, tell him that you are a human being. If somebody is able to get the scholarship and visa to come to Canada, you too, you can able to get it because you're a human being. You are not angels. Those people who come here, they are no angels. So you to believe in yourself that even one person you will come. And stop demanding that immigration is saying that anyone who depend on immigration status and you will not even have the passion to apply. Whether Canada is not accepting, they say international student apply. So be positive, write your document as well. And I believe the schools here can give you the necessary requirement and everything. Even if you come here and you want to shift, it is possible. So Canadian schools will allow you to put in good application, especially your work, your SOP, your CV. Sometimes the CV in Canada, they mostly call it resume. So you need to identify what is resume, what is CV, what should go on the CV. Some people are brilliant students. I've been telling you that in Canadian school application, it is not how brilliant you are. It is about how smart. You can be brilliant, but you lack the knowledge of smartness. And this world will work for people who are smart. That's why you can be intelligent first class student, but nothing can go on in your life. So in Canadian school application, you need to put in the very maximum thing that can really help you to win the admission and to come to Canada. And we are waiting for you here. You know, Canada is one of the best country, I will tell you, and American as well. So my brother, I think this is what I want to add to my brothers as well.
Okay, Nana Kwaku says I should tell you that he will come and face you for saying that Canada school is Canada education is tougher than US education. Nana Kwaku said I should give you that message. You come to your page and fire you on that. So thank you so much, Peter. I really appreciate you so much. I'm really grateful having you on this one. So that was Peter highlighting on how we can apply to Canada schools. So if you're interested in going to Canada, the focus is not just on the US. You can also equally go to Canada. So let me quickly bring back the Fred. The Fred is going to speak about how you can get scholarship as an undergraduate student. Many people do come to me, feel like, how do I get scholarship? How do I get scholarship? How can I? The Fred is here to direct you on how you can get scholarship as an undergraduate student. So let me bring back Mr. Fred on that. Mr. Fred, you're welcome back.
Thank you, but thank you for bringing me back.
Okay, so many people, bother so much how they can get scholarship as an undergraduate student. How do we get scholarship as an undergraduate student? Please take us through.
Yeah, I think there was a time somebody said that if they knew that after high school it was possible for them to study abroad on a scholarship, they would have started instead of going to a university in their home country. But so as time goes on, and thanks to Phila for having these great people on, their education is improving, and so a lot of people are becoming aware that after your high school, you are not only limited to the training colleges, the universities in your home country. The sky is huge. There's a lot of countries in the world that you can study an undergraduate program if you want to do so. And the good thing is that most of the universities in your home country may not accept certain grades. However, if you add other documents, because the universities in your home country are only looking at your scores or your results, other factors or other documents are put into consideration if you want to pursue undergraduate program abroad. Like, for example, an essay, an SAT, you have to also get your transcript. Other documents are considered. Now, if you want to study an undergraduate program, so I would divide that into two. So you should have either a high school qualification, you should have a diploma that is either a 2-year diploma or 2-year certificate, or a 3-year diploma. And if you want to apply as an undergraduate, you can apply as a freshman or a transfer student. Here's the difference. If you're applying as a freshman, it means that you're applying directly from your high school. So you have a high school qualification and you're applying to start from what we call the freshman year. And here are the differences. In most African countries, the classification differs a little bit from the American, system. So if you're in level 100, we call it freshman. If you're in level 200 or second year, we call it sophomore. this might be the first time you are hearing about this, which is absolutely fine. If you're in level 300, we call it the junior year, and then you're in the final year 400, we call it the senior year. So when I say you're applying as a freshman, it means that you're going to start from level 100. And if you have a high school qualification, you can start from level 100. If you are applying as a transfer student, it means that you're entering the program by transferring some credits you have. So this could be that you already have some college credits. That is, you attended maybe a 2-year diploma, and then you attended a 3-year diploma. So you want to transfer some credits you have to continue in a university abroad. Now, the advantage of transferring are obvious. But one thing is that if you want to transfer, normally they want you to be in the same line. So for example, if you are studying for nursing and you want to transfer, they want to look at the credit that you've already obtained from your current university. So if you're watching me from K University, you want to apply with the current documents you have. You should have at least 4 semesters or 3 semesters or more, then you'll be able to transfer to continue in universities here. And shout outs to Emmy. Emmy graduated from Arizona State University. She was in K University and she transferred to Arizona State University to continue as a transfer student, or what we refer as a continuous student. It's the same way. If you have a diploma or a certificate in nursing from Ghana, if you want to go to Legon, if you want to go to K University, University of Cape Coast, because you have some credit, you apply as a continuing student. It means that you're going to start from level 200, or hopefully you start from level 300. So if you have high school, you apply straight to level 100 or freshman. If you have a diploma, or you're currently in a university yet to graduate, just like my sister Emmy, or you have a 3-year diploma, you can also transfer and continue in a university abroad. So if you want to apply as a freshman or maybe as a transfer student, there's a possibility for you to also get a scholarship. And in terms of the undergraduate scholarship, it's a little bit different from the graduate level or the master's degree level. Normally, if you have there are 3 major ways that I currently know of. And then, so the first one is to have what we call, apart from all your documents, you should have the SAT or the ACT scores. So this standardized test scores, if you sit for them, depending on the the scores that you have, and then the scores that the university require. If you have very good scores, mostly 1,200 or above, then you'll be considered for the school to pay for almost everything. Recently, the Grambling State University is one of the schools that were giving scholarship if you have SAT scores that are higher to international students. The second way of getting scholarship is the merit-based scholarship. Mostly, if you apply to most universities, like Thomas College, for example, will give you maybe 30,000. It's located in Minnesota, $30,000 of scholarship, but there will be a deficit. Now, I'm talking about how do you get a full scholarship? By sitting for the SAT scores. That is one. There's also something that a lot of people don't know about called the CSS profile. You may probably not have the SAT, but you have to fill out the CSS profile. The full meaning of CSS is College Scholarship Services. So, it's not every school that is within the College Scholarship Services that you can complete. So after the merit scholarship, like a typical example, Thomas College in Minnesota, after completing the application and getting the merit scholarship, you have to go ahead and complete what we call the CSS profile to be considered for additional scholarship. There is another way, which is called the ISFFAA. ISFAA, which is the International Student Financial Aid Application. Again, not all students and not all colleges or universities have this document. So this document is completed after you've gained a merit scholarship or gained admission, and then you want them to know the CSS profile is a little bit bulky. You are telling them about the financial situation of your parent or the person who is going to sponsor your education. So based on the information you provide, they consider you as a need-based, a needy student, and then they will give you the scholarship. So there are universities that are considered as need blind. and then there are universities that are considered as need aware. Now there are some schools like Berea College in Kentucky, where I had my second master's, was a bit closer to me, Lexington. I visited there, and this universities, the tuition, there's no tuition at all. So if you have a good SAT scores, because there's a free tuition, like universities in Italy, you are guaranteed that once you're admitted and based on your good SAT scores, you'll be given scholarship. So in terms of undergraduate application, sometimes you can complete it within a shorter period. And most universities, my brother spoke about the Common App application, where you can see you can use one application. So you create the Common App. And that's it. There are several ways of applying. One of the major ways is the Common App, and then the university application itself. Some universities you can only apply, or colleges you can only apply through the Common App. You create an account and you'll be able to see all the universities over there. Shout out to Kensford. He made a great video about how you can see a lot of universities within the Common App application by filtering to know which ones that you could apply for free. So with the phone that you have, you can quickly submit an undergraduate application within a couple of minutes, and it is possible. The documents required may differ from university, from college to college, or university to university. So some will require, your transcript, or your results. That is the results that you got from the WIAC website, or the actual certificate. Others will require an English proficiency. Sometimes you need to sit for Duolingo, IELTS, or TOEFL. And then obviously you should have, your passport. Some require an essay. Sometimes your scholarship is based on the essay that you're able to put in. And most of them, they have automatically, so whether you can pay or not, they have automatically waived the application fee. A typical example, Ball State University, Missouri S&T, where, in somewhere in Rolla, most of these will consider you for a merit-based scholarship. The reason most people do not get full scholarship for undergraduate is because the school may say that, okay, SAT is optional. However, if you're able to sit for it and you get good scores, you are being considered for a good scholarship. The other one I want to talk about is that just like we have diploma or colleges in Ghana, where you can get a 2-year certificate in nursing, or a 3-year diploma. They are what we call community colleges. These are not very popular, but they are 2-year associate degree colleges that if you have a high school, you can also apply. There are lots of Ghanaians or Africans studying in community colleges. The acceptance rate is easy to get in, but mostly they do not offer a huge scholarship, but the cost of attendance is lower. So if you have somebody who can sponsor you, then you can obviously apply to some of these community colleges as well. So Phila, thank you very much. This is for undergraduate application, and I want to go over the scholarships. I said there are 3 ways. You have to get SAT or ACT scores. You need to, after that application and getting an admission, and I gave a typical example. If you complete the college scholarship services profile, which is the CSS profile. Not every university have the CSS profile. So if you apply to, for example, Anna Maria College, you can get like 30,000, but they are not on the CSS profile. But Thomas College, for example, is on the CSS profile. You can also fill out what we call the International Student Financial Aid application. Not every school have. So if you ask about it, then you complete it after you've gained admission or together with your application. And I need you to be positive and understand that everything will be fine. It is highly possible. You can also do it.
Okay, Mr. Fred, thank you so much for coming back again to help us with how undergraduate students can also get scholarship here into the US. The monies we mostly speak about, trust me, there are also more money. So when you're in Ghana, you hear $30,000. Oh, 30,000. I mean, my father has money he can pay. But to be frank, one cedi is $16. Hey, what did I say? Sorry, $1 is 16 Ghana cedis. If you should do the conversion, you will see how huge that money is. When you get here into the state, you get to know to get $1,000 is not easy. And when you're going to pay $5,000, $6,000, $10,000, trust me, it's really, really painful. So just like Fred directed, make sure you are putting in a good work to get some scholarship as an undergraduate student. So we'll be moving forward to the graduate level. We have 2 amazing people. One is still a PhD student and one is a PhD holder. So there are 2 PhD people who are coming up. Let me send this across that going forward, I will drop after this session, I'll quickly drop the link to the comment section so that you can come on and ask a little question about what has been discussed so far before we have the next session. And then after that, we will have a lot of people coming up to ask questions. So Nana Kweku is one person who is a PhD holder here. He said that, feel like if they were asking me to bring a bank statement that has even 1,000 CDs, I'm not sure I would have got it. So because of that, he put everything into getting an assistantship here in the US, and that what came for him. He got a couple of them, and he had to now choose which one he has to go for. Dr. Kofi is also let me say he's a PhD holder already here. He has been here for so many years. He has gone through the system. He understands so much. If you are searching for anything on the internet and you cannot find it, go and look for Dr. Kofi. Just give it to him within 2 seconds. If he's unable to provide you whatever information you need in 2 seconds, come to me and tell me I'm a liar. So let me bring up Nana Kweku and then Dr. Kofi. 2 doctors, 1 doctor in the making, 1 already made doctor. Nana Kweku, you're muted. So kindly unmute and let's
Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you so much for this wonderful program.
The way people are running from this PhD, people are so comfortable.
Yeah, it's been inspiring. Mostly when I listen to the Fred Effect and my brother Kingsford, I'm always inspired, right? And there is this stuff I want to actually touch on right now. So far, we've heard some stuff here on this platform. That is, if you can't run, my brother, walk. If you can't walk, my brother, crawl. If you can't crawl, my brother, swim. What matters is getting to the destination point. That is the most important thing. However way you actually choose to go from, what is important is that you've actually getting to that stage that you want to get to, right? And also, according to Kingsford, I don't know the reason why he normally likes using statistical terms here. The law of large numbers actually indicates that as n goes to infinity, then the application pool becomes highly competitive. I don't know how he actually gets those words because he's not a statistician though, but I normally use those words. So it means that in as much as you are applying to universities here in the United States, you're very cautious about the universities you are applying to and how free it is, right? The more it becomes free, the more it's difficult to get the scholarship opportunity we'll be talking about right now, right? And when we talk about international students, the most important that first has to come into your mind is that funding. When you hear international students, you hear funding. Without funding, there is no reason to actually even come here to the United States, being it partial or full funding. What matters is that get some scholarship opportunity, get some funding opportunity. And because this is going to be discussed between 2 people, I'll actually touch on the forms of scholarship or assistantship positions we have in the United States, and he will take it from a different angle, right? So when you talk about graduate application and you're international students, the most important thing that actually comes to mind is you getting a scholarship package. And we have several types of scholarship package here in the United States, right? We have the scholarship, and my brother Fred Effect talked about it, that we have the merit-based scholarship and the need-based scholarship, right? Those are scholarship opportunity you don't work for. It's actually given to you by the school or the department. Like it's a free food. I'll have to say, like you don't actually pay for it. You don't work for it. It's free, right? So those scholarships are really not that much high. So let's say you have a school in which, let's say, the cost of attendance is, let's say, $40,000. You might be given a merit-based scholarship, which is $10,000, right? It's not up to exactly the amount of money the school is actually requiring of you, right? So that means when you get a merit-based scholarship, definitely you get some deficits. And we also have another one called the assistantship. That is what most international students actually target, right? We are coming as a graduate student. So we have various forms of assistantship, right? We have the graduate teaching assistantship, we have the graduate research assistantship, and we have the graduate assistantship. I would say an assistantship and an assistantship. So most often, like I believe Kingsford talked about it, that when you get admitted into a program, sometimes you work for the administration. So those assistants that come from that particular angle is what is termed as the graduate assistantship or the graduate administrative assistantship. It depends it depends, right? But when we talk about the graduate research assistantship, these are actually scholarship opportunities that comes from faculty members, right, that doing research in the department. So let's assume that if you want to embark on a program, not all programs actually deals with what research, right? So if you know that your program is in the sciences, the mathematics, the engineering, those fields actually have a lot of research attached to it. So definitely there might be research assistantship with that regards, right? And when we come to the graduate teaching assistantship, these assistantships are always in the field of, let's say, the pure courses. So let's say something like economics, is a pure course. So you can get a graduate teaching assistantship in that particular program, right? And when we talk about mathematics is also has what a graduate teaching assistantship, because you teach. So all these programs have the opportunity to teach, like you stand in front of a board to teach some particular group of people, right? So the math field, the engineering field, mostly the engineering field, some of them is most often in the research criteria, right? But then when it comes to the maths, economics, English, those courses actually, or those programs, have the teaching backend to it, right? So definitely, if you're applying to those programs, the probability of you getting a graduate teaching assistantship is very high. And the issue is that if, let's say, you are coming in as a math student, an English student, like students in the field in which we have the GTAs and the GREs, most often, I would say, if you are brilliant, I don't want to use that word though, but then I want to say if you have a very strong high GPA, let's assume that your GPA, you are in the first class criteria, probably a very good upper class, you stand a chance of getting this graduate teaching assistantship because you're actually applying into a program in which you have intense knowledge about. You are very good in that particular program. And let's see, the schools you are applying to, I'll come to that later on. So let me say that the GT is actually given to students that are kind of academically inclined. And when we talk about the research assistantship, it doesn't matter about your GPA. It depends on the communication and research skills, how you actually communicate. So someone actually said that to get assistantship, the key point is to know how to communicate with the program coordinator and an academic advisor. Actually, you don't need to have a first class in order to communicate with them, right? So if you have that cordial relationship with them, the probability of you getting yourself a graduate research assistantship is very high. So notwithstanding, when I want to talk about the GTA very, very, very briefly, right? And what I want to say right now is that if, let's say, you should connect the dots when you're applying to universities in the United States. You should connect the dots, in as much as you might lie a little bit in your documentations, which are not recommended, but then sometimes we all do lie one way or the other, right? So make sure they are making sense. Like, make sure there is a trend between your application packages and what you are going to actually discuss with the program coordinator. So let's assume that you want to venture into let's say a program, right? You don't know if you want to have a GTA or you want to have a GRE. You don't know, but then you know for sure that the program actually has a GTA and a GRE attached to it, right? So now you want to stand a chance. I want to use the mathematics department as an example because that is why I'm in right now. So let's assume that you are coming into the math department, you are navigating through schools, and you've gone through the admission requirement and everything. You think that actually matches the requirement of the admission, right? But the issue is that you should make sure you connect with some graduate students in the department and know exactly what the graduate students in that particular department are doing. So let's assume that the graduate students in those departments you've reached out to are telling you that if you are coming as a math student, the probability of you teaching algebra is very high as a GTE. That means that you should go back and review your transcript, check your transcript if you had a B or an A in that program, in that course. So if you had a B or A in that course, it means that you are a better fit for the GTA position when you apply to this particular university, specifically this program. That means that you stand a chance to get a GTA. If you had a C in that particular course, then the GTA position might be very difficult for you, depending on the pool of applicants at that point in time. So you should be very cautious. So the issue is that if you have a B or an A in that particular course, then you stand a chance because you have the prior knowledge that students are applying to that department with a maths background, which are very good in algebra, stand a chance to actually teach algebra when you're admitted as a graduate student. So you have a plus over there. So let's assume that this time around, you check your transcript, you didn't get an A or a B in that particular course. That means that you are leveraging on what? A GRE. So you have to check a GRE. You have to check that the GREs, what are they doing in that particular department? Let's assume that the GREs actually help basically they help professors in actually going through their research labs and all those blah blah blah. So check your research, the research you did in your undergrad. Make sure that the research you did in your undergrad actually has something to do with what the program, the advisor is actually doing currently in the lab. That is the way you should make sure you are drawing a straight line. If you don't fall into the GTA, you are falling into the GRE, because this professor you're reaching out to actually is doing something you might have done before. Don't tell the professor something you've not done before. Let's assume the professor is working on regression analysis. You know nothing about regression analysis. You cannot reach out to the professor and tell the professor that, oh, I've read your research interest, and your research interest, he asked you, what is my research interest? You're telling him that, oh, it's in stochastic process. It means you don't know what you are doing. And one quick trick I want you to understand is that we have some students who are applying to some universities, but they don't want to get in touch because they believe in their curricula, right? They believe that they have very strong GPs, they have the research assistant, the research background they want, right? Those students, I'm trying to tell you that, make sure that the research line you are picking, schools that have 2 or 3 professors in that department working on similar research. Let's assume that you've gone through urban universities, let's say the stars, right? Those people actually doing research in urban university math department, and you've realized that we have 3 professors in that particular department working on stochastic process. If you did very well in your stochastic process and you've reached out to some professors and they are not replying, it doesn't prevent you from not applying to that school. You should be able to apply to that university, but when you apply to that university, make sure that at least 3 professors in that department are working in line with something you've done before. That is the trick. If Professor A is not interested in students, Professor B might be interested, Professor C might be interested. And make sure, we are always saying that reach out to what prospective advisors. Make sure that you are reaching out to Professor A. Professor A is actually working on regression. He is not willing to pick in new students. But Professor B, that you are reaching out to, is also working on regression analysis. Don't go and reach out to Professor B and tell Professor B that, oh, I'm interested in stochastic process. Professor C, I'm interested in, let's say, algebra. It means that you don't even know you don't know what you want. You are reaching out to 3 different professors and having 3 different research interests. It means that these professors actually communicate with themselves. So they will go have a cafe and they'll be like, oh, bro, someone has reached out to me, this student, I thought is very brilliant. His GPA is very high. I want to pick in this student, but he's interested in stochastic process. We'll be like, what's the name of this student? Oh, this student is called Anakweku. Oh, Anakweku also reached out to me. He told me that he wanted biostatistics. He wanted, that means you don't know. They will just laugh at you and they will not even pick you. So make sure that you're actually hitting the nails very well. Draw a straight line through your application documentations and the communique you are giving out to these professors. And I will pause here for Dr. Kofi to actually speak more insight into this, so that probably if I need to come in here, I'll do that.
Oh yeah. Phila, thanks for the opportunity. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Yeah, so I believe the young men, they have the energy. So I'm the old one here, so I might not have the same heat. You guys pardon me. But so far, I'm sure we've listened to quite a number of people, and they've touched different areas of this whole application process. I started this process, I would say about 20 years ago. So the question will be, why am I still interested in it? The point is that the process ongoing about applying to graduate school, I can say it has not changed over the years. It has not changed. It's still the same process, the same documents. The only thing that has changed is that currently there is more information out there as to how to go about the processes. Previously, it was not all the way out there where you have almost everybody talking about it. And this presents both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage being that now everybody can embark on this journey and actually know what is involved in the process. Before I would say Freddie Fairkins, Forunina, and all these guys who talk about this process, most people did not even know where to start from. And I can say that up to this point, some people do not even know where to start from, because they come to you asking you about, how do I search for schools? Can you please give me schools with scholarships? So I believe there is still a long way to go in this process. No matter the good job Fred, Peter, Kingsford, all these guys are doing, there's still a lot that needs to be done. I will be talking about a little bit about research assistantships. I believe Nana Kweku started talking about this whole thing. I'll add something that maybe he might have missed that somebody might have heard about. We also have fellowships. Yeah, I'm sure the reason why most people don't talk about fellowships is it is awarded to, I would say, the top applicants. So you can have maybe a whole college, they might award maybe 3 or 4 fellowships. And with fellowships, you don't really need to work for the money. Most of the fellowships are full funding packages, meaning there's a tuition waiver and then you are provided a stipend, but you don't need to perform any assistantship duties for the fellowships. But like I was saying, it goes to the top, very top applicants. So most times, I would say we're not taking ourselves out of the competition, but based on probability, we might go where it is more likely we might find ourselves. That's why we talk a little bit more about assistantships. So with assistantships, they are the teaching, just like Kweku talked about. I'm going to be talking about the research part, because that's what I've been involved with over the years. So with research assistantships, this is how it works. In America, most times you don't decide your research topic. There is a professor who might either one, if the professor is a new professor, that's an assistant professor, the department, they have some seed funding they will give to the professor to start a research program. So most assistant professors who are beginning their careers as professors will have money to admit maybe 2 or 3 PhD students. And they will usually have areas where they are interested in, and it is usually related to what they might have been doing as PhD students or as postdocs. So what I mostly preach is that sometimes you have to be proactive, and this is what I mean by being proactive. If you have a LinkedIn profile, be curious, follow people in your area who are currently postdocs, because they are going to be future professors. It's just as simple as that, because the competition is getting keener by the day, because there's information out there. Everybody is getting into this study abroad process. So what will set you apart? One, start by following some of these postdocs as the first point, so that at least you might be able to even build a relationship before they are hired as assistant professors. You could imagine what could happen once they are hired. And it is very common on LinkedIn, as we see now, day in, day out, they are putting in information out there, trying to admit new students. If I'm not exaggerating, every day I see over 10 professors on LinkedIn posting about wanting to admit PhD students, master's students. So one, get ahead of that. Do that first. Two, where do these research funds come from? One, they come from research awarding institutions. Research awarding institutions. So also get ahead of the game. Research about these research awarding institutions in your field and check out the professors who have been awarded grants and research money. Because what happens is, once they are awarded grants and research money, the next thing that will follow will be that they will need students to work with. And most times they will have to be what? Research assistantships that will be packaged into a research assistantship so that they can bring you in. So research these research awarding institutions. Look at your area. If it is engineering, let's take civil engineering as an example. You know, a lot of these state departments, they have research units, and they have research grants that they award to professors most times within the state every year. You see, within the year. So get ahead of the game. Check some of these. You'll be able to identify the professors and the schools where these professors actually are. So when you are going to express your interest that this is going to be my area, or maybe I have an interest in this, you already have prior knowledge and information. you know, because most times people just reach out to professors telling them they just go to their website and read whatever they are doing now. Maybe they read their research interest, right? Sometimes they have their research interest there. If you don't go to their research page and actually check what they are currently doing, they might have had an interest maybe 5-6 years ago. It might still be there, but currently they might not have money for it. You would have to check their latest publications, check their latest work that they are doing. And you have to do all this before you even put your statement of purpose together. Because in your statement of purpose, it is advisable to, especially for PhD students, to give out an idea which areas that you are interested in and where you want to go with this. If possible, you might have to identify people in your statement of purpose. I don't know if I'm being clear.
Yeah.
So that is also very important, especially for those who want to go into PhD programs. Another thing I would want to say will be it is good that we try to align our research interest with what the professors are doing. But the truth is, a lot of the things they are doing here, we are not doing in Ghana. That is the truth. I'm sure you agree. So this is what I believe. Your area might not be a direct match, but do you have the basic skills for you to catch up with whatever the professor is doing? Do you have the basic knowledge? Do you have at least some research expertise that you'll be able to show to this professor that, oh, if you add me to your team, this is the contribution I'm bringing. I have skills in A, B, C, D. Because if we want to talk about what research assistantships do, I'll be able to provide a summary. Some people don't even know what research assistants do. Basically, what they do is as part of your PhD. So what you will use for your PhD will be the research the professor is doing that you'll be helping with. So you just be conducting your regular literature reviews. You might collect data, do some analysis. So you ask yourself, do you even know anything about data analysis? If you don't have any knowledge and you come to me and I'm performing research in an area where I'm dealing with, let's say, large chunk of data, and you come to me, you don't maybe know R, you don't know Python, you lack the basic skills, you might not be a good fit for my research team. So make sure you have these skills. You will be assisting with preparing all these proposals, the reports, writing your publication. Sometimes you even supervise undergrad research assistants. So basically, that's what you do. And whilst you are doing this will all form part of your PhD work. So basically, that's what you'll be doing for your PhD. So the being a research assistant will also be part of your work as a PhD student. Yeah. So I will let me see. I think I had the last point. Let me make this last point. So based on my current research, I've realized there is a lot of funding along these climate-related studies. So anybody who is within that space, do the research. I've seen a lot of it. So this is just a clue. Go do the research, and I'll leave Nana if he can add one.
Okay. Yeah. So someone might ask that, how do I get? Who should I reach out to when I want the GTAs and the GREs and all those things? So, like I'm trying to say that if you are targeting a GTA, you don't reach out to a professor, let's say a prospective advisor that I want funding. No, your first email should go to the program coordinator. You ask about the funding opportunity they have in the department. If you are targeting GTAs, keep the constant communication with the program coordinator and make sure, like I said, make sure you know what the GTAs are teaching. It's very important because you have to chip some one or two things in your SOP. Like he's saying, some people might be like, okay, I've reached out to some prospective advisors. They're not replying to my emails. Some schools actually does not permit it for their faculty members to be reaching out to prospective applicants. So that is the reason why I said that. Make sure that if you are make some research yours. So go to the department, check what they are doing. If a lot of them are working on, let's say, the climate changes stuff that Dr. Kofi is saying right now, let's say 3 professors or 4 professors are working on those stuff, you make it yours. force it to be yours. Don't go and you don't have any research. Nobody has any research. You are a bachelor student. You don't know anything. So make those research your research. So be smart. Go to the department, read what they are doing, and you just ship it in your statement of purpose. Oh, I'm interested in this. And because at least some faculty members in the department are working on those tasks, if you reach out to them and they're not replying you still stand a chance to introduce their names in your S. It's very important. Introduce names in your SOP if you are going for a research program, like Dr. Kofi is saying, the engineers bring their names in. I just feel like me one day reading a statement of purpose and I'm a professor and I've seen my name in it. It means that I've been recognized, right? So make sure that you do your homework well. Don't go and introduce 3 professors or 2 professors that are not working on similar things. It means that you don't know what you want. That is very important. Make sure if you reach out to them, they're not replying, doesn't prevent you from not applying to that particular university. If you meet all the requirements, you've reached out to the program coordinator, and the program coordinator is giving you assurance that, oh, you qualify for the program. Bring this document, you've been able to add those documents to it. Then you can apply to that particular course or that program, even if your emails are not replied by the program the advisors, because some schools don't permit that. Bring 2 or 3 names in your SOP. Let them have similar research idea and make it to yours. Make sure that the research you've done in the past, you can actually align it one way or the other to it. And when we talk about the GTAs too as well, they teach you mark script and all those stuff. So sometimes you can lie that you've taught before. It can be you teaching SHS. It can be you actually involved in any form of teaching in the church or anything. That will show that you have the skills, right? You can communicate better to a lot of people. And don't be scared to actually schedule appointments with program coordinators. It's very important. Sometimes let them know that you want it. Oh, I want to schedule an appointment with you to actually discuss things further. Ask them very relevant questions, like Kisolina said earlier on. You can ask about even the African community in that particular department. That will actually show that this guy actually wants, or this lady wants to actually apply to this university. Don't feel reluctant. I believe there is always a way, like Kingsford said, the law of large numbers. As n approaches infinity, the applicant pool becomes very rigid. It's become very competitive. So if you hear your fellow student applying to a university, don't just be in that chunk of applicants. Search for your own schools. It's possible you can search for it. You can apply to any university. Every university has a funding opportunity for you. Sometimes you might get admission before you apply for the funding of the assistantship. The assistantships are very important. So make sure you've made that line very clear before you apply to a university. Don't just apply to the university and now be asking about funding. That is not important. Make sure that the program coordinator has given you the assurance. They have funding in the department. And let me bring this to the masters and the PhD students here. If you want to apply for a straight PhD and you have a bachelor's degree, it's possible. But then if you are applying for a master's program and you think that, let's say, your documentation is not that high, make sure you are targeting universities that have the maximum program they have in the department. It's a master's degree. They don't have a PhD there because more priorities is given to the PhD programs. They will fund them first and they will give the surplus to the master's student. So if you want to apply for a maths program, they have a PhD in maths. You don't have it at the back of your mind that you want to do a PhD one day. But if you think that you want to do a PhD one day, then it's better you apply to those universities that have masters and PhD, because when you're done with your master, you might want to continue in that same school. Other than that, if it's because of funding, make sure that the maximum that they have in that department is a master's program. The schools are not that much, but then if you consider doing the West evaluation and everything, you have those schools that are doing the same thing. Check for R1 University and R2 University, like Kingsford said. Don't just apply to a university because you heard a friend getting admission and funding to that university. Funding this year might be a lot for African students this year, but next year might be minimum. Ask relevant questions. If you are able to do what we've told you right now, or you have other questions regards to what we've said, you can come up and ask it and we'll give you more details about this. Type it and let's go, bro. The law of large numbers. As n approaches infinity, the applicants will become extremely difficult. So pay.
Okay. Type heat. Nana Koku is on heat. So he says type heat at the comment section, and then we will continue with that. So that is an awesome.
Let me add.
Okay, Doctor, add it, and then let's move.
Yeah. So I will just add one of my sayings. For me, it's not about admission, because admission is easy to get. For me, it's about the funding. So if you are not talking about money, I'm not looking at you. You can be Harvard. I don't care, because there's no way I can pay. One CD could have been. So that's how I will end it. Funding is the most important, at least for most Ghanaians. Yes, that's the most important. Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
And to add up to this, it's not being brilliant that will get you opportunities. It's being smart. So the smartest is what I'm talking about. Check your documentations, draw that correlation line, and make sure it aligns. And we'll see you in America. The law of large numbers. Free schools are good, but as n approaches infinity, the applicant pool becomes what? Very competitive.
Okay. Thank you so much. I love the heat already. And Nana Koku says type heat. Many people are typing the heat, so just type your heat at the comment section. So thank you so much, Nana Koku and Dr. Kofi. Thank you so much. I mean, Nana Koku had a bachelor's, and then he applied to a straight PhD, and he is on his PhD here in the US. So if you are aiming to do that, it is highly possible. So let's bring this particular session, and then after that, we are going to have you come up here and ask your question. So the next phase you are going to approach after getting all this scholarship, after getting the admission, after preparing all these things, the last stage of your study abroad is to get your visa approved. That is the most, I mean, it sounds like the funding is the most important thing. Yes, they are all important, but what about getting all these things? How do you end up? Your fate will only be determined at the visa interview room. And that is why the next phase you are going to have, we are going to have one amazing person. He has been credited already, so I need not to go there. He is one of the key people who motivated a lot of people to dream about studying abroad. I mean, Shy Guys. Now, Shy Guys, let me when I bring you up, I will say this. And then the next person is Mr. Ivagas. He's very proactive on social media. His voice alone kills me. Some people say he can be a man of God because of his voice. We will talk about that later. So let me bring Shy Guys and then Mr. Ivagas on live. Shy Guys, Ivagas, how's it going?
Good.
Okay, Shy Guys, okay.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right. So, guys, let me say this. I said I would say this before you come up. When I came online, and then I just brought the idea that I'm organizing this program where I would bring up all the big people or the big names when it comes to study abroad. And one person, I don't remember the name, the person actually said that, are you bringing Shy Guys? And I'm like, okay, and he's like, if you don't bring Shy Guys, I'm not showing up. And I'm like,
Easy.
For real.
Easy.
I believe the person is here. So since you are on the flyer, I believe the person is here. If you are the one, kindly let me know you are here, and then we'll give you credits for that. So thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate your time, your efforts, and everything you're putting in helping people make the American dream a reality. Ivagas, you are so amazing. Your voice alone kills me so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, the voice.
All right, thank you so much, guys. So we are looking at preparing for the visa interview, and then at the visa interview, what do we have to know? What must go on in making sure our visa is approved? The platform is yours.
Should I go first?
Yeah, senior.
All right. Thanks so much for this opportunity. So when Phila reached out to me, he told me about this conference, and we're not really friends at the time. But when he told me about this, I felt like, oh wow, this is going to be amazing. So I said, okay, I need to be on board. So yeah, thanks for the opportunity, and thanks for considering me as well. And I've learned a lot. Those who have spoken already, they've said a lot of things, and I've picked up, a lot of things as well. So thank you. So before I, talk about visa interviews, there are a few things that I want to, address, like not like address, like give an opinion on. Okay. And also I want to emphasize that whatever I'm going to say is not like fine. It's not like, it's just my opinion, okay, on certain things. So I came to the US in 2016 to do my master's in economics, and then after that I did another master's, and now I'm doing my PhD. I'm in my fourth year as a PhD student. So that's just a little bit about me. And like Kingsford said, I had a YouTube channel in the past, and this year I decided to create a new channel and kind of start all over again. And So when I came back, in like to the study abroad space, there are a few things that I've seen which I've been talking about a lot, and I want to use this opportunity to kind of say it again. So one of them has to do with the funding thing, and a lot of people have talked about funding, Kingsford, Aaron, and our doctors and all of that. They've all set up, talked about funding. So just to add to their voice, if you're looking for a school, the first thing you have to check is the funding. Do they have funding before you apply? Don't just apply because people are applying. Okay. The second thing I want to say is that the social media space is about attention. Everybody is looking for attention. Everybody wants to be heard. And so people will sell to you what you are looking for. Right. When I came to the study abroad space, it wasn't my intention to make a video about free application fee schools. I've made only one video about that actually because of a lot of people asking for it. So I made only one video about it. But before I made that video, I told students, don't focus on these things. I don't know about, all of us here, I don't know about our background, but I know some people. And I can tell those watching us that most of the people I know, actually, all of them are in a school that they pay the application fee. So if your focus is on the application fee, it means you're not ready to come here. People will say, oh, I don't have the money and all of that. Once you get an, like, let's say you pay the application, let's say you don't pay the application fee, right? And then you get an offer. Are you not going to pay for the service fee of $350, the visa fee of $185 and all of that, the flight, all of these things you're going to spend money on? So please, yes, you can look at some of the free application fee schools, but if that is your only focus, then forget. It means you're not ready to come. If you have tried for like 3 years and you have not gotten anything and you're still focusing on free application fees, it means you're not ready to come to the US, right? I want to say certain things that people don't want to hear, but I will tell you because whether you follow me or not, I still have to tell you because I have been here long enough and I've seen a lot of things. So I'll tell you as it is. The third thing I want to say is that stay away from loans. When I came back, everybody is talking about loans, and I actually made 2 videos about how to get your visa approved using a loan. And I deleted those videos because, yes, either people don't know what they are doing, or maybe they didn't get the right information, or they've not been here long enough. If you have a loan of $10,000, even just $10,000, repaying it is not an easy thing. Some of us, we have GS and all of that, but even still, it's not easy. And with Trump coming to power, things are going to be very strict and very, very rough. So don't even try. In the past, you might get some opportunity. And no, don't try it. It's not. So I wanted to say that as well. And then also those who have low GPAs, Aaron's story is very inspiring. And I mean, it's always more like a reference point when it comes to low GPA, because he had a GPA which is very low. And when you have a low GPA like that, you cannot suddenly make yourself look like somebody who has a GPA of 3.5. You want to compete with the person and then get funding ahead of the person. No, it's competition. So you have to know that because something happened in the past, whether your fault or not, and because of that you couldn't get a good GPA, you have a lot of work to do to close that gap. And that is where you have to do evaluation. Depending on where your GPA is, you may have to take the GRE and all of these things. If you don't have SAT and you are looking for full scholarship, forget it. You are not going to get. If you want a full scholarship, you can get maybe 50% scholarship, right? That without a SAT. But if your target is full scholarship and you don't have the SAT, forget about it, right? Sometimes you see videos, people will tell you automatic scholarship. There is nothing like automatic scholarship in the US. It is based on your application. It's very competitive, right? People don't emphasize a lot on personal statement, on the resume. These things are very, very important. So everything together will make the school decide whether to give you full funding or not. So I wanted to say all of these things. Okay. Now, when it comes to the visa interview, which is what I'm supposed to be talking about, and so the visa interview, one thing that has come up a lot these days is the appointment. People say they don't have appointments and all of that. The fact is that you can't do anything about it. It's out of your control. What you can do is to prepare yourself so that whenever you get a date, you can go for your interview. So that is what you should focus on now. And then keep checking every morning. You get a date. You still have time. We are in November. There is December, and even there is early January. You can still get a date. So focus on what you can control. If you can't control something, forget about it. Now, the thing about appointment is that there are a lot of backlogs. And then also some of the visa officers retire. I don't know. They resigned after the COVID. A lot of people realize that it's not even this 9 to 5 thing is not for them, and all. So a lot of people resigned and all of that. So there are backlogs, and then people have resigned. And when you put these two together, it is one of the reasons, right? And another reason, which is actually a more significant reason, is that those who came to the US from Ghana in the year 2022, okay, when you compare those who came in 2022 and those who came in 2023, there has been 31% increase in the number. 31% increase. That is a huge number. I'm making a video and then this thing came up and I'm like, okay, interesting. So that should tell you that there are too many people applying, right? Too many people. So it's not the fault of the embassy. So when you're not getting this and you are frustrated, just hold on, just be patient, right? Even if you're not able to come in spring, you can come in fall. Like, it's not like the end of the world for you and all of that. So that's what I want to tell you. Now, when it comes to the visa interview itself, I went for my first visa interview in 2016 and I was approved. I had full funding, I had no deficit, right? And then I went for the second one in 2019. I went to Ghana. People said, oh, it's dangerous, don't go away, you don't know what will happen, and what if you are denied? I said, well, I don't see any problem with it because there is no reason for me to be denied. So I went and I was approved again in 2019. And the 2019 visa interview was actually very easy because first question, he asked me, what am I going to do in the US? I said, I was already in the US. I came to visit family and then my visa has expired. I want to renew. That was it. And then the rest was just a conversation. So the visa interview is not difficult. But the way our brains work is that when we are put into the unknown, we struggle because it's like the first time you are seeing something, it's like, you meet the visa officer and it's like, hey, this environment, that kind of thing. On my channel, I give students opportunity for a mock session, one opportunity for a mock session, because I don't know you. So when I ask you questions and try to get your answers, it's kind of, prepares you for the unknown, which is meeting the visa officer. And then I also give you feedback on your answers and all of that just to help you. And then when it comes to the visa interview itself, it's about three things mainly about three things. So when you ask a difficult question and then you don't know how to answer, you just have to remember that it's just about three things. Why do you need a degree, right? Things about your academics, right? Your academic motivation. Why do you need the degree? Why do you think the US is a place for you to study the degree? How many courses are you going to take, or what course are you going to take in the first semester? Did you apply to other countries? These are, just more like the academic side. Then they will ask you, do you have, how are you going to fund your studies? In funding your studies, if you have a good scholarship from the school, it helps a lot because it means the visa officer doesn't have to worry about your finances because they don't want you to come and then be doing certain things to finance your studies. So if you have good funding, it takes care of that. If you don't have good funding, then the next thing is who is sponsoring you. If it's a close relative, then it makes sense. If the person is not a close relative, then you have to prove that the person has a good reason to sponsor you. If it's your parents, you don't have to prove. Then the next thing is, are they credible sponsors? What do they do? Are they in a position to sponsor your studies? Just look at what they do, right? And then just tell me, if you can tell yourself that they can sponsor your study, then there is a good chance the visa officer will believe you. So it's really simple. Then the third thing is, when you are going for the visa, you are considered an intending immigrant. It means you intend to stay. So then you have to prove that it's not your intention to stay. And how do you prove that? By having something that you come back to, ideally. As a F1 student, you don't have to have a property to prove that you have strong ties. You don't need properties because you don't have the money. Nobody expects you to have any properties and all of that. You don't. But if you have completed school, it is good to have you have to have a job, right? Because if you don't have a job currently, what makes you think when you come back you still get a job and that kind of thing? So then it's more like you need the degree to get a better position or something in your current company or something. That explains. So you link what you're coming to learn. When you ask, why do you want to study the program? You can start with, I currently work as this and I need this degree because this degree is going to help. I'm going to learn this from this program. And that's just how you answer the question. So it's not really difficult. So when it comes to the visa interview, these are the things that I want to say. And Vegas has a lot to say as well. So I'll just pass the microphone to him.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this great opportunity. I think you've hit on most of the things that I want to talk about. And Fela GATV, thank you for organizing this as well. I appreciate everybody, and I appreciate giving me this great opportunity to also enlighten people. I don't know, but I'll just hit on some of the things you said. So basically, if you are here and you are going for your visa interview, you have to know that the portal application system has changed. Now it has changed into the AVITS, that is AVITS. So things are a bit different nowadays. I believe those that are applying now, you're going to see that it has actually changed. And I know there's been a backlog, and even people that have applied already, now they are trying to apply, and it's giving them a lot of challenges. But I feel just Google and also go to the US portal, embassy portal, to know actually what goes into this new portal application system. And also, I believe by now, the educational content creators, we've made a lot of videos about it. So just search on YouTube to know the new ways and the new strategies to go about with the new visa application portal. Now, if you are here, your visa is approved, you are going for your visa, the major questions that you are going to be asked, no matter what, is what our very own brother Shai mentioned. Why the school? Why the program? Why US? Who is your sponsor? No matter what, no matter how you position yourself, no matter how it's going to be, these questions, you can't skip them. They are always going to ask you these questions, right? So always have that at the back of your mindset that these are four major questions that they are always going to ask you. So you have to have them, like, as if, like, if someone wake you up from sleep, you should be able to mention or recite some of these explanations. Now, the reason why they ask why are you going to the US, purpose of study and all of that, is the fact that the visa you are going to be granted, it's giving you that opportunity, and it's also telling you that you are a non-immigrant. Non-immigrant means that when you come to the state, after you are done with your studies, you will come back home. So then I bring in home ties. So whilst you are going for your visa, if you are not able to prove your home ties, the fact that you finish your master's or your PhD and come back home, they will not approve of your visa. Now, let's say someone is going for the visa. Maybe I'm using this case study. So let's say there is a doctor in Ghana, and there is also a bachelor student who recently completed his bachelor's degree in the sciences, and both of them are coming to the United States, maybe on a B2, B1 visa, right? Visitor's visa or whatever. Now, if they are coming, the chances of the doctor being approved will be higher than you, the student that completed recently. Why? The reason why I'm saying this is because the doctor has been working for some time. He has, he's been taking care of himself. He's independent when it comes to his funds and all of that. And when it comes to purpose of why he's traveling, maybe he's going for a vacation or some talks or conferences, right? So when you, the doctor, and as a student, you also, maybe you just finish your bachelor's and you are doing your national service and you also want to come to the state, sometimes proving these ties, because even you going to prove who is going to fund you, you're going to say your uncle, your auntie, and that alone indicates that you are not financially capable and independent to take care of yourself when you come to the state. And these consulates, they are always looking for to, giving the opportunity and the visas to people that they feel they are financially capable. Because honestly, if you come to US and you are not like on scholarship, you are really going to suffer and struggle. This is what people don't want to tell you. And Shy Guys was talking about it, the fact that people take loans, and if you are to tell you the interest rate on these loans, you get a point. So I tell people the scholarship is a lot here in the United States. The United States started this whole study abroad, and Canada copied and UK copied. I know my guys are here. Maybe some people will push back, but that is my argument to make. You get a point. So at the end of the day, US gives, like, when I was coming to the United States, I got 5 fully funded scholarship, and Colorado, I had no deficit. So I didn't even go with the bank statement because I knew the consular was not going to ask me for my bank statement. You get the point. So at the end of the day, you going to the embassy, don't be afraid. Make sure you have your story right. Make sure your purpose of study is apt. Make sure, That's why sometimes I don't, like this whole idea of these agents who apply for people and they don't even take you through the process. They are just there applying for you and you don't know whatever thing that is happening, because what might get your visa refused is sometimes the lack of clarity in your statements, the lack of clarity in your DS-160. Maybe your father's name is Japan Evans and you went and the name is Japan Asamoah Kweku. They are two different people. So whenever there are inconsistencies in your document, they can deny you. Honestly, I will say this, all the VOs that you go for your visa interviews and the interview, I can say for a fact that most of them, they are there to deny you. So you are going to prove yourself that don't deny me. I am capable of coming here to study, and after studying, this is what I want to come back home and come and do. You get a point. Don't go with what people say and the normal. Now things are changing. Recently, I helped one guy for his visa interview. He went and it was easy. And when I was listening to the guy's story, I realized the guy's story was different from the regular things we've been hearing. Oh, I'll go back and come and take up this role in this company. And hey, try and change things a little bit. You get a point? Because it's not own the thing. You are the one applying to the school. You are the one who chose the school. You are the one who have been putting in all this tedious work, sleepless nights, and all of that. So at the end of the day, you should know everything about what you are doing. You get the point? I was going for my visa interview, knowing well that my visa was 99.9% going to be approved because I was fully funded. But I used almost 4 months and I was making sure I owed my story and all of that. You get a point. And even with that, when I went there, the tension alone, it got me frightened, and I was even messing up with answering of the questions. But at the end of the day, I had my structure. So as you're going for your visa interview, you got to have your structure. You get a point. So if they ask you why the school, if they ask you why the program, at the end of the day, make sure everything you are saying is how the course or the program or you going to study in United States will help you and advance your career path, and how it can also bring you back home to help in certain areas. Ghana is lagging behind in terms of a lot of economic, political, infrastructure areas that these people need us to go and come back and come and take care of these problems. But people go and they leave all these things and they don't even talk about it. So I want to give people 7 or 8 or 9 misconceptions about US visa interview. And I think we can take it from there. So the first misconception is having full funding does not guarantee having your visa approved. You can have a fully funded scholarship and go for your visa interview and get disapproved. It has happened before. Recently, I was interviewing one guy fully funded. He was not even going with any bank statement. This guy went and he got his visa disapproved. Sometimes you ask yourself why. It boils down to what Peter Bauer was saying: communication skills, confidence. You got to be confident in yourself. You got to have the communication skills. You have fully funded scholarship and you can't defend yourself. You can't prove home ties. You can't prove how the program is going to benefit you. Then it means probably you didn't even apply to the school by yourself. Now, the second misconception is that people with zero funding, like they do not get their visas approved. Like if you don't have funding, you not get your visa approved. That is a lie. I know someone who went with 53,000 deficit. He's recently in George Washington University, one of the biggest schools in the United States. He had zero funding from the school, but his visa was approved. So the fact that you have fully funded scholarship is not going to guarantee your visa being approved. And the fact that you don't have any scholarship is not also going to guarantee that, because I don't have scholarship, then my visa is going to be denied. No, that is a blatant lie. Now let's go to the third misconception. You cannot get approved after you've been denied once or twice. That is a lie. People think, you went once and you were disapproved, so you are going for the second time. You have a bad history at the embassy. They are not going to approve of your visa. That is a lie. I know one guy, Onina interview. Those days when I was in Ghana, I was watching his interview. The guy went for he was approved on his seat attempt. The guy was not stopping. Hey, the situation in Ghana, you want to stop. What are you talking about? Keep on pushing. If they reject, go back again. The visa is for you to take. You get the whole point. So the fact that you've been disapproved of visa doesn't mean if you go. So sometimes some people even change the location. They go to South Africa, they go to other countries just because if you go there, they still have your details. That is one thing I love about the US system. US, when you come here, they are tracking you like something. Once your visa was approved in Ghana, if you go to Zimbabwe, they are still going to track that your visa has been approved the moment you mention your name. So don't deceive yourself. Now let's go to the fourth misconception. You need a medical assessment before the interview. That is a lie. So, oh, Evans, I have to go and take COVID and I have to go and take hepatitis and all of that. Hey, US, they are not going to ask for any medical assessment. Just go for your visa interview. After that, you go and take the COVID jab because those things sometimes they check at the port of entry when you come. And some schools they are going to tell you, oh, how do they call it? Is it MMRR or whatever? Like some schools they will tell you, don't do it. Come and do it. My school, for instance, I came to do my medicals in my school for free because my scholarship is fully funded. It covers my health insurance 90%. So I came to do all those checks in the school for free. I didn't do that in Ghana. The only test I did in Ghana was after my visa was approved. I went for the COVID jab and yellow fever or whatever. So that is also another one. Now the fifth misconception: school show proof of funds even with full funding. Show proof of funds even with full funding. So if you have some people have this misconception that, oh, my deficit is 20,000. So once I'm going with $100,000 proof of funds, my visa is going to be approved. It's a lie. We have this idea that, oh, if your deficit is 20,000, when you are going, go with times 2 of that. Some people can go with times 10, thinking that, oh, because I'm going with times 10 of the deficit that is expected of me, my visa will be approved. It's a lie. And let's go to the seat one, providing a bank statement with, so I've talked about that already. Do not offer, no, that one is not needed. Using agents guarantee visa. No, using agent does not guarantee visa approval. When you are not careful, it will even disqualify you at the shortest possible time. So please be very, very, very careful when you are using agents. I'm not saying they are bad. I know some companies in Ghana that are very good with school application processes and all of that. But please, whenever they are helping you, make sure you are updated with the things that are happening and be abreast with the information. I think that is what I can say when it comes to going for your visa interview.
Wow. If Ivagas, you're a pastor, I would love to be in the church for 5 hours just sitting down and listening. I would just love to sit down for 5 hours listening to the word of God, because the way to come, the way to hit you, the vim and everything you back it up with, it's really, really amazing. Thank you so much, Shy Guys and Ivagas. I really, really appreciate your time and your effort and your insight you've shared with us. So guys, let me send the link to the comment section. We have spoken a lot today. So all the things we have discussed so far, if you have any question regarding any of them, we won't pick much. Maybe we can pick like maybe 5 or depending on the time. So let me send the link to the comment section. You can click on it and then request to join. Please, we are live on video on YouTube. Many people are also streaming it on their various platforms. You wouldn't want to come in either naked or inappropriate. Please, you are coming on video and you have to show your face also. So if you know you cannot show your face, please do not put up a request and come on. So please just have an appropriate background and then have a quiet place to speak with us, and then come up and have your question answered. So I've sent the link to the comment section. If you are here, you can see the link being shared at the comment section. Kindly climb up. When you come, let us know where your question is being directed to. Let me drop it for now. Let us know where your question is coming to or being directed to, and then the person can come up and then address it for you. Okay, so let me bring Sewa back. Sewa had something little to add. Sewa, are you there? Okay, so before people come up with their requests, let us have Sewa quickly, and then we shall bring all the people who are requesting to ask questions.
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to quickly touch on the fact that, I know Nana Kweku and Dr. Kofi spoke on the different types of graduate assistantships that we had. I also do acknowledge that there are some people who have got admission but didn't get any of these fundings, and which was my case as well. And there is this video on Fred Effect's page which details how you'll be able to do that. I think he has named it I'm not sure, but I think it's something around admission without funding, do this for a full ride or something, but it's around that subject. So if you get admission and you did not get funding, what you have to also note is that there are several offices in the school, from the library to the dining services to the international students office to graduate education. All these offices sometimes need the services of grad students or students in general. So what you want to do is, even if your department does not give you funding, you can explore these opportunities as well, because that is what I did. So what you have to do, one way is that you can go on Google and type out, let's say if it's Ohio University, you can type out graduate assistantships at Ohio University. So if Ohio University is a school that posts their graduate assistantships on their website, it will collate all those positions and show you on Google, and then you go ahead, read the requirements and apply. Other schools also do have certain platforms where they post those. So for my school, we have the Handshake app, and that's where they post all graduate assistantship positions. So when you go on the app too, you're able to look through the various GA positions available, and then you apply. So you read the requirements, make sure you tailor your CV to suit that position, and then you apply to it. So that is what I did, because when my admission came, it came without funding, and I had to, when I came across the video that was done by Fred Effect, I followed that process, and in the end I was reached out by an office on campus, and that is where I got my funding from. So that is just what I wanted to put out there, that you don't, it doesn't always have to be the research assistant or the teaching assistant. You can actually work in administration, and will also cover your tuition and your health insurance plus a stipend. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sewa. We really appreciate your time. The way you articulate, I really love that. No wonder you were working on the radio station, or you were casting news when you were back here, back in Ghana, not here, sorry. So I have a couple of people here. Please, when you come on, please put on your camera. If your camera is not appropriate, I won't bring you on. We have a limit of 15, so when you come and ask a question, I may have to drop you. Let me bring Dr. Milbank.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just chanced on your video randomly when I just came on YouTube to do something, and I've been following for the past 2 hours. You guys have really done very great job for bringing all these people on board. I mean, they have been very fantastic. And you see, when you have first-hand experience, everybody will have something very unique about their own peculiar, situation, and it makes it easy to have a broader view when you bring all these people together. And I was just laughing when the last guy was talking about visa refusal. I'm currently in the Washington State. I was refused 3 times, okay? 3 consecutive times. Meanwhile, after going 3 times, I helped someone to go 4th time to get his visa, because I got to understand why I was being refused. But I got to know after the 3rd refusal. And I know someone who had gone 3 times, but he had a chance to go for a 4th interview. And I told him that this is why they are refusing us. So do this and that, and you will be approved. He went for the 4th time and he got it. So it really helps. Now, first of all, I want to just, if you permit me to highlight on some few things. Visa application for the past years have changed, especially this year. We could see that the process of now applying for, appointment has changed. At first, you could book appointment in Ghana. If it doesn't help you, you book Cote d'Ivoire, Ouagadougou, any place. But now they have consolidated the system. So once you put in an application and you fall within a certain number of countries, Nigeria, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, all of them have been amalgamated. So if you choose one and you make an appointment, you cannot come back again and choose another country. This is to reduce the backlogs in the system. Because the funny thing is that someone will go to Togo, or let's say Nouakchott, to get his visa, but he will not now cancel the previous appointment he has booked in South Africa or somewhere and leave them inside. And they choke the system. So now to avoid that, that is why they brought in these measures. Mind you, there are certain things that people don't usually take care of. I have helped about 16 people to get visa, only one person got denied. Okay, that one thing I've realized that when people see third parties to assist them with their visa application, they don't request them to use their personal email addresses, so that whatever thing or anytime they want to go over or do something, they'll be able to, reset their own, password and stuff. They fall on agents. Agents will do certain things. They'll be refused. Now, when they want to do it on their own, they don't even know certain informations that the agent put in the application, and they are locked. And once you put in anything contrarily, it means when you go to the embassy, it is going to flag out. Of course, certain things can change in your life. You may be single yesterday, today you got married. So it's allowed that it change. But you cannot be born 10th September yesterday and today you are born on 1st January. So certain things cannot change in your life. Some can also change. And some too, for instance, your mother's birthday, you can know after 2 or 3 years, you can forget. Maybe your mom has also passed on and you don't have a way of recollecting. There is a way you can take that you don't know. So certain things are flexible. Now, some other misconception that, before you go to the interview, the visa officer, they already know what, you are coming to say, or they've gone through your file. It is never true. In as much as when you even get there, there are 3 or 4 visa officers, you have the right to go to any of them. Why and how on earth will they go in the evening, or I don't know when they will have that time, go through every single person, who and what they are coming to present? And even if they can do it, how can they memorize for each person and what they filled in? They have no idea about who is coming and who the hell are you. The only moment they know is when they have just scanned and your details pop out. That is when they see. And your fingerprint will let them know that whether you've been there before or you've never been there before. So they don't know who you are. They have no idea. And they have no interest in that in the first place. So that makes you be, completely, ignored.
Okay. Mr. Melbank, we have a lot of people requesting, so I will kindly ask you to sum it up for me so that we can bring other people on board.
All right. Now, sometimes you have to be smart. You are applying to US. Maybe you have other purpose, intention, not just school, and you have been going there refusing you. Sometimes be smart. Apply to Europe. Europe, the perception they have about Africans and the denial rate there is low. So sometimes you could just apply to a school in Europe or in Asia, where you go and do something and you apply there, and it's very easy, and the approval rate there is higher. So don't only be focused in Ghana or applying directly to come from Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We really appreciate your time here. Okay, so let me bring up Philip. Philip, okay, so when you come, let us know who your question is directed to, and then we can address you. Philip, let's hear from you. Oh, Philip is not ready, so let me draw Philip. Okay. I think people are having connection issues with connection. We can bring on about 5 people. Zachary, let's have you.
Okay. Good evening.
Good evening. Let's have you.
Thank you very much for organizing this conference. I recently completed College of Education, I think last month, and I am someone who is passionate to study abroad. So I want to find out, is there any situation where I can use my college certificate, which is a bachelor's degree in mathematics and ICT, maybe to divert in any other area, or I will have to continue with the same program that I did in college over here? Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Fred, can you please address this for me? Okay.
All right, bro. And thank you for tuning in. So it is possible that your question is, you have this background, can you switch to another background? Highly possible. Personally, I switched from my first master's to another one. Now, what you have to understand is that you need to communicate with the director of the program. Mostly, you have to share your transcript. They will get to know the courses you've taken, and then be able to let you know if you qualify or you're a good fit for the program. A typical example, when I wanted to switch to public administration, when I sent my transcript, they asked me if I had 1, mathematics and then 2, economics background. Now, luckily for me, I did that at the undergraduate level. So assuming that if I had applied and then I did not have this background or these courses done already on my transcript, I wouldn't be admitted. Some universities will even go to the extent of asking you if you've taken some statistical courses or whatever. So the point is, bro, it's highly possible you can switch. Make sure that you're communicating with the director of the program. Let them know your intention to switch, and if it is possible for you to be admitted into the program, they are the best people to let you know. Another thing you have to consider is that mostly for teaching assistantship or the scholarship, they would want to have somebody who have a background in what you're going to study. For example, if you're going to be awarded a teaching assistantship, it means that you're going to teach undergrad. So if you don't have a background, they will prefer to award the scholarship to somebody with a background. I spoke with Amma Techua recently. She's schooling at New Jersey, and she had a communication background, was switching to IT. She didn't get the scholarship because she didn't have a background required to teach the class. So you have to consider all these things before you put in your application. But to answer your question, yes, it's possible.
Okay. Zachary, thank you so much for passing through. Let's bring is it Dominic? Let's bring Dominic on. Dominic, please unmute yourself and speak to us. Okay, before Dominic comes in, let me bring this announcement that we have about 1,900 people watching us now. So consider subscribing to all the guests. They all have TikTok pages. So the same names you can see, the same name, go on TikTok and subscribe to their channels. They have a lot of amazing content there for you to learn. Some also do have YouTube channels you can also subscribe to. I think the Freddy Fed has, Shy Guys has, Peter Bewa, Kings Fodonina, myself, Ivagas, and the rest. Go and subscribe to their YouTube channels and make sure you are learning towards your American dream. Dominic, let's hear from you. Oh, Dominic is gone. Okay, let me bring on. Is it Ogunjobi? Sorry if I don't get your name right.
Okay.
Okay, let's have you, my dear.
Thank you, sir. So I have a question, like, if I want to apply for a visa, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. If I want to apply for a visa and I don't have a parent, like my mother and father, they are no more. So I want to go with my spouse and kids to the US. What will I use as home ties? Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, let me bring Shy Guys to answer this. They talked about visa. So Shy Guys.
Yeah.
I hope you got a question. Okay.
Yeah, I had a question. So there's several things. So it's not like, so the first thing is, did you get funding from the school, and what was the funding like? Are you coming to do masters and you have full funding, or PhD with full funding? That's the first thing I want to know. Do you have full funding from the school? Hello, can you hear me?
Suliat, can you hear?
I can't hear you.
Hey, Suliat. Okay.
Do you have full funding from the school? Do you have like full assistantship or something from the school? In other words, how are you funding your studies?
Oh, I think she cannot hear us.
Okay, I can just say something, for her to kind of rewatch this. So if you want to bring your family, if I were in your shoes, like I would want to come first and then bring them along later on, because when you are coming with your family, you need to prove more funds that you can take care of everything, which depend on your funding and all of that. And also, like, especially if you don't have good funding, then who is going to take care of your studies if you are coming with your husband? So normally your husband and your kids can be there, and then kind of bring them along, one by one or something. That's what I would do, just because of the nature of the visa interview. Because like you said, home ties, right? You are concerned about home ties, so probably you should come alone, and then they can follow.
Okay,
that's what I would say.
Okay, I think her network is really bad. So Shy Guys, thank you so much. Let me bring on another person. Is it Kenny? Kenny, let's have you. Unmute yourself and speak to us.
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening, Kenny. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. This is Kini Vandi from Sierra Leone.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much for the section. I do appreciate your efforts towards us. Now, my question here is, I have two questions really. As a military personnel, the day of the interview, am I really allowed or is it advisable to wear my uniform in the day of the interview? That's my first question. And the second one, let me say, after booking my my appointment date with a new I-20 or the school, after getting another I-20 or another school, can I able to, let me say, change it before ever going for the interview? That's my question.
Okay, so let me bring Shy Guys again to help you with that.
Okay. About a uniform, it's I am not, but I don't really see the problem with the uniform, because maybe you are going like after the interview, maybe you have a job or something, like you have to go somewhere, right, to carry out your duty. So I don't see any issue with that. About changing the school. So I want to know, so you submitted the DX160 form, right? And you use the
I have not yet submitted my DS160, but I want to a date, an appointment date with a school.
Yeah, so long as you've not submitted the DX160 form, it means you can always go and change it. If you submit it and then you use the application ID to book an appointment, then the DX160 form application ID is tied to the appointment. In the past, you can go in and then change it, but I haven't booked an appointment. But what I have been told is that for now you cannot change the appointment. It means you kind of have to create a new DX160 form and then create a new appointment. So you have to be very careful with that. And also with the appointments, so long as you've not submitted it, you have to remember that you have 30 days. After 30 days, you lose access to it. So you have to keep logging in to make sure you still have access to it. I hope that makes sense. If the answer is
this new system, myself, I'm not really familiar with this new system. Actually, I'm new to this new system, so I'm just listening and learning more.
Yeah, that's what I was told actually. Now, let me answer a question that I saw in the comments. So somebody asked, from I-20 to visa interview, what are the steps, that kind of thing. So let me just say it quickly. Okay. So when you receive your I-20 from the school, then you have to fill the visa application form, which is called the DX160 form. So you fill it, you can decide not to submit it yet, but you need to book an appointment because of the nature of appointments and all of that. So you can start the visa application form and then copy the application ID, which will become your confirmation number. So you can copy that and then use it to book an appointment. And then later on, you can submit the application. So you need to, so first thing is, after I-20, fill the DX160 form, pay the visa fee, and then book an appointment, because you have to pay the visa fee before you can book an appointment. And then there is another fee called the service fee. So you have to pay the service fee, and then once your appointment date is ready, prepare yourself and then go and do the interview. Hopefully it goes well for you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much, Shai. We'll bring another person on. Samuel will be ready. Let me bring the Fred to quickly highlight on the new system, because I'm new to this, so I'm ready to learn a little about the new system. So Fred, quickly run us through what the
So somebody was commenting. He said, I think the DS160 bio page can be changed without you changing your appointment, and that is true. So in the old portal, what happened is that when you schedule an appointment, you create a new DS160 other than the old one you use. You could just go to the update profile section, delete the old one, and use the new one. Unfortunately, this new system would not directly allow you to do that. So for example, you applied with one school, you scheduled an appointment, but maybe you've gotten another school you want to use. It means that you need to create a new DS160. And of course, that will necessitate a change in the DS160 confirmation number, which starts with the AA00. So what you do is that you call the embassy, and I've actually assisted a couple of people to get that done. You call the embassy, you inform them of the entire process you did, and then they will help you change it. Now, how do you know it has been changed? In the appointment confirmation page, the new one that you print, you have to notice that the new DS1C confirmation number will reflect on that. So the DS1C confirmation page, the number ID should match with the appointment confirmation. It's a new system, so a lot of people are getting used to it. But yeah, that's it. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Okay, thank you so much, Fred. Now let's bring Samuel on. Samuel, let's have you.
Hi, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the information that you've been giving us for the past 3 hours. Okay, so my niece. I'm asking on behalf of my niece. She has gotten an admission to Iowa State University with a full scholarship, which is for spring 2025. It's been very hectic to get a date for her, and I wanted to ask the experts, the Shy Guys and Freddy Fed, as to whether there is any form or any way we can, because we've done the emergency application and there hasn't been any feedback yet. So I would like to ask them, is there any way, because she's starting to get disturbed, starting with cry and all those.
Okay, so apart from the emergency, is there any way, Mr. Fred and then Shai, is there any way apart from the emergency?
So yeah, the person has been approved for the emergency, right? But the person is not getting a date to pick, right? Is that the case? Maybe.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Sir.
So the person, like I said earlier, you just have to. You cannot control things like this. So you just have to keep checking. That's the only thing. There is nothing that the embassy can do for you. And I mentioned earlier that the number of people who are applying for visas has gone up significantly, and also the number of consulars has gone down. And then they also have a lot of backlogs that they are trying to clear. So it's like all these things together, they make it difficult for them to. So, the person has to understand that we are still in November. There is December, and then there is January. January, there are people who even applied after their program start dates. If you're applying after your program start dates, and then depending on your school, they can, give you a late arrival letter. They will enter it into your records, and then when you get to the port of entry, you can come in. At the visa interview, you can tell the visa officer that the school has given you a late arrival letter, and that you are going to do orientations and stuff like that online. So all these things are, so the person shouldn't really worry about it. I wouldn't worry about something. I know you've paid money and you are worried, but yeah, just tell the person to, just hold on and then prepare herself very well for the interview. That's what I would say.
Okay.
All right.
So Samuel, thank you so much. I believe you've been answered. Now let's bring Dominic. Dominic, you're here and then you left. Let's have you again. Dominic, can you hear me now?
Hello. Good evening, and thank you very much for this great opportunity. And I want you. Yes, please, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, Dominic, your network is really lagging behind. Sorry, fix it and let's have you again. Now let's have Alexander. Okay, Alexander is ready. Let's have Alexander. Alex, let's have you.
Thank you, Mr. Fina. I hope you can hear me.
Alex, your voice is very far. Kindly fix it, and then I'll bring you back later, okay? Let me take Ernest. Ernest, let's have you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. I've applied to Vintage University, and they have asked me to submit my deposit and 2,200 tuition fee.
Okay.
Yeah, so they gave me $2,700 for a scholarship.
Okay.
And I don't know how to go about it, so I need help. Sure.
Okay. So I think the Fed can handle that.
Bro, which university did you say you get admission to?
Wingate University.
Oh, okay. So congrats on the admission. That's a huge one. At least you did something, you tried something. What you have to understand is that you submitted some requirements to be considered for the admission, and that's where you got the merit scholarship. However, if you had gotten SAT scores, which is a good scores, did you have the SAT, bro?
I'm about to write
Okay,
on
so if you had
December 7th.
added that to your application, that could have increased your chances of they getting to pay for everything. It means that you either have to, get a sponsor to offset the rest of the cost of attendance. Alternatively, you can email the school, ask them if there are other scholarships to apply. And for example, I spoke about the CSS profile. If the school has that, and the next thing will be the ISFAA application. If the school has such a thing, then you can apply in addition to what you have. But yeah,
Okay.
it's a good step. Congrats. Please don't give up. If you want to sit for the SCT and reapply, I would really encourage you to do that.
Okay. Thank you
So
so
I
much.
wanted to add up to our brother, not getting an interview date. The good thing about the new portal is that earlier, if you pay the visa application fee, you are only allowed one emergency date. This time around, it's even more. And another thing is that you can have an opportunity to reschedule 4 times. Now, imagine that, the program is starting in January. Even if she gets the visa approved today, she cannot come. She has to wait until 30 days to the start of the program. So there's no need to panic. So you should monitor the platform, and you're lucky your emergency request has been approved. Normally, the embassy keeps on releasing dates. Join platforms that have a lot of people who have the same interest in, searching for dates sometimes, so that the system will not log you out. Sometimes they will post dates on the platform, and you'll be able to choose a date. Since she has a good scholarship, she shouldn't panic. She should rather focus on preparing for the visa interview. And this has been there for some time now. So obviously you get a date. Don't worry about that.
Okay. So let's bring on Tony. Is it Tony? Okay, Tony. Let's have you, Tony.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Chief.
I think you guys are doing so great. I tried to get on earlier on, but my cam was not working.
Okay, go ahead.
So my issue is quite simple, but complex. Quite simple, but complex.
Okay.
I have some sort of study gap. I graduated in 2013 with a first class 3.91 on 4 from GIMPA.
Wow. From which school?
GIMPA.
Oh, GIMPA.
Ghana
Okay.
Yes. I did project management and public administration.
Okay.
So earlier on, before then, in 2003, I did HND and had second class upper. So I, this time, wanted to come to the US to do civil engineering, master's in civil engineering. However, most of the graduate coordinators, when I contact them, they talk about my study gap, which is quite risky for them to be able to fund me. Getting the visa to the US is not quite a problem for me because I've been to the US before. And that visa had expired, and currently I have renewed my B1, B2. I have 5 years visa in my passport. I'm on my 3rd passport. I've been to Canada. I've traveled quite extensively, so I don't think the visa would be a problem for me. But my problem is funding. Currently, I gained admission to Bowling Green State University to read Masters in Construction Management. But that's not exactly the kind of program I want to do because that is quite related to project management, which I already have quite extensive knowledge about it. And I have the golden certificate PMP in it already. So I feel that I must do something new. But most of the civil engineering programs, the coordinators are not even giving me the green light because of the study gap. Although I've been working since then, they are some of them. The recent one I had a response from him last week. was
Mr. Tony,
from-
please, can you make your question
Yes,
concise?
yes.
Because a lot of
So
people
the
are-
recent one was from Missouri SNT, but he told me that hey, he's very impressed with my experience, but he cannot fund me because of the study gap. He said you have been out of academia for too long. So in this situation, how do you think I can navigate through?
Okay, I think the Fred effect will be good in this one also. So, Mr. Fred, this one is also to you.
Mr. Anthony, thank you for tuning in, and you have an impressive background, and especially with your exposure in terms of traveling and all that. Now, what happens is that it's good you've started, applying and also asking. The good thing you do is to be able to speak to the coordinators. I have a public administration background just like you, and so if you are switching, then you need to be able to talk to the coordinators like you're doing, which is impressive. So understand that there are lots of universities. Some of them are turning you down. This study gap years has been filled on your CV with a work experience, and so if you're able to prove maybe that your work experience is especially relevant to what you're going to study, try and instead of email, ask for a Zoom meeting if possible with them and see if it is possible to explain your motivation to study such a program. You may get a couple of denials, like you said, but the only hope we have, like my brother Peter Bell, when everyone will tell you, is to keep on trying. You understand? So if and a second option could be that you can toe in your line of academia and then get into maybe a public administration PhD, then you use that opportunity once you're in the system to be able to, chase after what you want to pursue. For example, me being in a university, walking to the office of another coordinator to talk to is different from you talking to this individual from Ghana, right? So there's always a way out. So keep on trying, everything will be fine.
Okay, but one more thing. Do you think that because currently I have a valid visa, initially I plan to come to the US and go to the school directly. Do you think that is helpful?
So imagine what you have to understand is that you cannot school on the B1, B2 visa. And when you get into the system, remember you have like 6 months. So when you want to get into the US, you need to switch to an F1 visa to be able to, school, that is get an I-20 switch. And there are a couple of ways of doing that. So it depends on you and your plans. If you think 6 months is enough for you to gain an admission and then switch your visa, then you can decide to do that. But if, since you have a visa also, if you apply before you get here, that will be also feasible. So you have a lot of options. I think you don't have a huge challenge, especially because of your travel exposure and then your experience. If you're able to capitalize on the work experience you have, if it's related to the field.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tony, and congratulations on your 3.91 GPA. That is so massive. Okay. Nana Kwaku seems to be very, very happy at the background. So let me I think we can pick about 3 people, then we bring the session to an end. I think Nka Uchenna has been here for a while. Let me bring Oka on. Did I get your name right? I'm sorry, we cannot hear you. Please work on your connection, and then we can have you. Let's bring Shy Guys again. Mr. Shy, let's have you.
Yeah. So about the guy, the man with the 3.91, right? So I am thinking that the school doubts his ability to study in the program, and that is why they don't want to give him anything, right? So what I would do in his case is take the GRE. Sorry, in his case, it's more like business project management. So probably GMAT. I am thinking if he takes the GMAT that and then he does well, that will show his preparedness to pursue graduate studies. So if I were in his shoes, because if you are getting the same feedback from everybody, then there is a good chance that it might be very difficult. And there are a lot of schools, the person can keep trying, but I am thinking if you take the GMAT to add to the GP and everything to convince them that your mind is not dead, you can still pursue graduate studies, then I think he can get into a good program with good funding. That's what I think.
Okay. Doctor, let's have you.
Yeah, I moved a little bit, but I heard him talking about civil. Is he planning to get into a civil engineering program or switch to project management?
I think he dropped, so he's not here to respond to that.
Okay, and I heard he was talking about HND in civil, right? Did he say he has a bachelor's degree already?
I think it's a bachelor's. I don't have much information about that.
Yeah, I heard him talking about HND. I don't know
Yeah.
if that was. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to help much if I don't know. Yeah, but usually, there is this perception that that you can use HND to apply to master's programs. It might be true in some cases, but in engineering, most times they will check to make sure your program is at least equivalent to an ABET accredited program, which is typically 4-year bachelor's degree. So if maybe he was trying to use HND maybe to get into masters, that's the point. His HND will not be equivalent to a lot of bachelor's degree here. I don't know. I didn't hear if he was saying, but I heard him talking about HND. That might be the reason. But you staying at home for 10 years, I don't think that should be a big deal, especially if you are working in the area. You actually prefer it because you will have real life working experience. So yeah, so I didn't hear much of the story, but if it was along those lines, that might be why all these graduate coordinators are telling him.
Okay. All right. So let me bring 2 more people and then we bring the session to an end. Inka couldn't speak, so Samuel Friye, let's have Samuel Friye. Samuel, can you hear me? Unmute yourself and speak.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead.
My question goes to Aaron and any other people who has knowledge with the RES evaluation.
Okay.
The RES evaluation after completion of your bachelor's degree helps to boost your GPA. And I wanted to ask, can you use the IGP? The IGP gives you an idea about how your GPA is going to be after you have done the RES evaluation. So I wanted to ask, let's say you are in level 400. I'm in level 400 right now and I'm done with school, but the last semester for completion the results have not been posted. So let's say I decide to use the level 100 to level 400 first semester. The results on the IGPA, the GPA that I'll get, would it be accurate? I want to know that. I don't know if you get my question.
Okay, I get your question, but my question I would also ask you is, why don't you wait for the result to be in, then you start this? Why do you want to rush it now, since you have already done and you can just wait for a month or some weeks to get your results ready? I think the Freddy Feds wants to ask the same question.
Yeah, bro. So what happens is that it's just a calculator, and you will be able to use it for it. At the end of the day, when you're done, you need to now do the evaluation. The unfortunate thing is that with your current situation, you need to get your school to directly send your complete transcript to WES. They will ask for your passport. They will also ask for your certificate. So you do not have the final transcript or the final semester added to your transcript. The second thing is that you do not have your certificate now. So even if you use the IGPA calculator, the final evaluation cannot be done because you don't have these things.
Okay. So, Sammy,
the plan is not to use.
Go ahead, bro.
The plan is not to use. The plan is not about doing the RES evaluation or not. Let's say I'm in level 300 and I want to know how much more GPA that I have ahead of me to get to the 3.0. So let's say using the IGPA and I get probably 2.5 or 2.6. I know that the year that I had of me, I have to put much.
I get your point. I get your point. But already technically looking at your transcript, you know your CGPA before the semester, the final one is added. So you know that you don't have to use the IGPA calculator to find out. The IGPA calculator is only giving you the possible outcome if you finish with the evaluation. So, bro, I think I understand you, but just like my brother said, take your time and finish up. Then you can proceed from there. There's no need to rush, bro.
Okay.
Okay, I think
Thank you.
I'll try as much as we can and respond to the people who have requested so far. If you're not putting your request in, I'm sorry, I cannot bring you up. We have to close out for the day. Oh, sorry. So let me bring up Alexander. Have you worked your connection?
Yes, I've worked on it.
Okay, let's hear from you.
Thank you, Phila, and your great team. I don't really have a question. It's just a plea
Okay.
that I want to make.
Mm-hmm.
I have completed every necessary thing for a PhD application that I'm putting in, but then the only challenge I'm having is someone who can help me review my personal statement and research statement. So it would be a great privilege if I can have these big names to assist me with the review.
Okay, let me make it short for you. So what you have to do now is all these people, amazing people we brought, they all have platforms, and I believe almost everyone has a group they help people. I mean, for nothing at all, I know the Fred has, Shy Guys has, Ivagas have, I also do have. So all you have to do is whoever you want to help you with this, go on social media. I believe on TikTok or on YouTube, you should get the connections or the links to join their groups. So try as much as you can and go on social media, connect. If you want to come to me on my TikTok page, the WhatsApp link or the WhatsApp group link is under my bio. Just copy it and connect through that. The same thing happens to Fred, Shy Guys, Ivagas, and all the other people who came on board. So probably not here. It will surely be in the their personal DMs. So
Yes,
connect
that's
on
right.
social media. Yeah, connect on social media and let's take it from there.
Okay, I'm actually following you, Phila, and I'm also part of your WhatsApp group. I've sent you
Okay.
some message before, but it seems you were very busy, so that's
Okay.
why I had to come up and ask the
Okay, I
question.
mean, you can also get to anyone who you believe can help you in this. But then I'll try as much as I can and respond to your message. But then on the group, if you can connect with Mr. Dio or J Frank, they can equally help you do that.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, you're good. Have a good day. Let me bring up Duffwin. After Duffwin, I'll have one more person, and then we can call it a day. Duffwin, let's hear from you.
All right. Thank you very much, Phila, for the opportunity.
You're good.
Please.
Is it the same Dolphin who always comes on TikTok?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. Oh, today I see your face. Go ahead.
Yeah. Please. My question, my little brother. Yeah, I made him write the SAT. Unfortunately, he couldn't get an awesome score. He had 1,180. Though he has a very beautiful score in the WASI, which is grade 7, 5 A's, 2 B's. And his transcript in the senior high is also awesome. I think the least grade he had was B. The rest, A. So I don't know if there is a way he can still get full funding for his undergraduate, school.
Okay. I think this one will go for Fred. So let me bring Fred on again. Yeah.
I understand. Yeah, your brother did well. It's great high school score and also great SAT. What you have to understand is that every school has a mark for whatever test score you're submitting, right? So you need to check the test score mark of the university you want to get a full scholarship from. If you meet it, then you can go ahead and apply. Obviously, you can send it to the admissions office and ask that these are my results. Do I qualify for a fully funded scholarship in the specific program you want to apply to? So it depends on the university or the college you want to apply for him.
Oh, okay.
Dolphin, thank you so much. So I think we can bring on one more person. Okay, so this Samuel is here. Okay, so Aite just joined. So Aite, you are out of the bottom line. So let me try and connect with the people who were here already. Oh, Samuel, you have been here already. I won't bring you again. Samuel, you've been here already. You've been here already. Let me disconnect you. Okay, so let me bring on Ernest. NS, your connection was really bad. Oh, NS, you've spoken already, right? NS, we cannot still hear you. Sorry about that. Uchenna, is it Uchenna?
Yeah,
Uchenna?
can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. Please, my question is just simple and direct. Assuming you have a deficit in your offer, I know one of the ways you have mentioned to solve it is to actually get a sponsor, either your parents or relatives, something like that. Outside this, are there other ways that you can actually handle this deficit?
Okay. Nana Kweku, you've been silent for so long. Let me bring you on to answer. Why are you running? Okay. Nana Kweku, come and answer this. You are muted. Kindly unmute and speak.
The issue is that when it comes to deficits, like Sewa said, depends on the school you actually apply to. So you can keep asking the program coordinators, and they have this handshake app Sewa talked about. You can actually search and see if they are having like funding opportunities that you can apply for. If they have, then probably you can leverage on that. But then, like they were saying, that your family sponsorship and all those things are in the form of bank statement. A lot of people lie about that. So probably we don't know where you get a bank statement from to make them your family members to assist or push in this application cycle. But then the best way would be like reach out to the program coordinator, ask any availability of funding in the school or program that you can apply for, and this can help reduce the deficit to meet the bank statement you have at hand at the moment.
Okay. Mr. Fred, please touch up on that.
Uchenna, congrats on your admission. So if you had
I haven't received any admission, I just applied.
Oh, okay.
I'm
So you've not
actually
gotten an
waiting for
admission
response.
yet.
Yeah.
So how then do you know whether you're going to be considered for scholarship or not?
Actually, somebody introduced me to this group today, and I've been keen from the very beginning till now. And also, I have been doing my research.
But so what you
So,
have to do is that if you've applied and you didn't reach out initially, you can still go ahead, let the director of the program know that you've submitted your application and you're waiting to hear from them. You would also be happy to know what are some of the assistantship opportunities available in the department. So if there is a separate application, in my case at my second university, if there's a second application to be made for assistantship consideration, they will send a link to you or the document to you to fill it out, or they will let you know how assistantship consideration is made. If there is none, you will even know before the admission decision is made. Initially, I thought like you've gotten admission and then you say you don't have scholarship.
No, actually, I have made 2 applications. One of them I made before the application I made. They sent me a message about the assistantship and the rest of them, like about $27,000 per year and something like that. So after that, I gathered my materials and did the application. Actually, I am yet to contact them. But when someone actually introduced me to this platform, I quickly joined and I said, whatever I'm going to learn might actually help me in the next direction of what to do about it. And this particular issue, we are Africans. I'm from Nigeria. Actually, I am not in Nigeria. I am in Brazil. But the problem is this funding is a problem. If someone has, I think from all you have said, the lectures, if one has a fully funded scholarship, I think he can easily with himself deal with the visa interviews and the rest of them. So that is why on my own case, I feel like, what are the other ways?
I mean, be optimistic.
Your advice is very, very vital. Thank you very much.
Be optimistic. And again, don't put your eggs in one basket. If you are thinking of the fall semester, there are still a lot of universities admitting. I would encourage you, if you can, to continue to put in the applications, but please speak with the HOD of the department, get a feedback on funding, because mostly the departments give the funding before, the admission decision is made.
Okay. Thank you so much, Uchenna. Thank you so much. We can bring on only 2 more people. We're already in the queue. So we have Kofi and then D. So let's bring on Kofi first, and then we'll pick D, and then we'll call it a day. So Kofi, let's have you.
Hello.
Hey, Kofi.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. So let's pick D. I'll sacrifice Kofi for Aite. So Aite, I'll bring you on. D, let's hear from you.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
And thank you so much for this session. So I want to address my question to Nana Kweku and then Dr. Kofi.
Okay.
It's about the PhD application. He said that if you have a bachelor's degree, you can apply straight to a PhD program. Considering that PhD requires a lot of research experience, that is what I know. How can a bachelor's degree holder who only has research experience in only maybe their project work actually pimp their application to stand out and then compete with master students that will be considered for admissions?
Okay.
And then also, I think I'm with Daniel when he said that a lot of us have written our SOPs and our description of research interest, but we don't have people that can review for them. So if this is a humble plea to anyone on the platform, I beg, please, I might be connecting with either of you, maybe on social media, either on LinkedIn or on TikTok. And I beg, please, when I connect with you, help me review my SOP because you know you have already crossed.
Let Nana Kweku
You know that it's not easy at all. Thank you.
So for I want to ask this question first before I go on with my delivery here. I want to know the program you kind of want to apply into the straight PhD to. I want to know.
Yes, I'm targeting communication.
Oh, okay, then it's possible. You can apply directly with your bachelor's degree into a straight PhD, even though the PhD actually requires that you have a research background. But it's not a compulsory factor that everybody applying into the straight PhD has this publication. Publication is not really a requirement, but it adds up to your application package and strengthens it. So me, for instance, I was not having any research. The only research I had was my bachelor's degree, and it wasn't even published. But then, like I was saying, it all depends on the strategy in which you are using to tackle this application cycle. Like I said earlier on, you should make sure that in the department, at least we have 2 or 3 professors working on the same research project that you did in the past in your bachelor's degree. Then it makes sense to actually connect with these 3 professors to let them know, even though you've done your bachelor's degree in, let's say, statistics, you did a research on, let's say, climatology, and you spoke about some factors that actually influence the growth of some, I don't know, the research you did. But then you want to actually embark on it and actually widen it. Let's say your research was limited to, let's say, Ghana. You want to actually widen your horizon to actually the whole of Africa. This person is working on a similar research. So it makes sense that you have the driven power within you. And also make it a point and know that there is no huge gap here within your case of study, because if, let's say, you've been out of school for, let's say, 5 years and you're not working on any research, you're not doing anything, you are just staying in the house and you want to get directly into a straight with your bachelor's degree, then it will be a very difficult task for you to do. But then if it's, let's say, directly you're a traditional student, that it makes sense. I want to make this very factual that the department actually does not actually even review your master's. Like, I want to say that priority is not given to master's students, those who have masters in the field of, let's say you want to apply for a straight PhD, you have a master's degree and I have a bachelor's degree. Priority is not given to those having the master's degree. But the issue is that those having a master's degree has experiences in research. That is what they believe, right? So if you're a bachelor student, even if you're a master's student, it still reviews your undergraduate transcripts. You still add your undergrad transcript to the application. You're not telling me that I have a bachelor's degree, I have a bachelor's and I have a master's. So I will take my bachelor's degree out of it and I'll use my master's only. They will not give you admission. They want the bachelor's degree as well. So it means that every school actually who has it as a basis that, okay, you need just a bachelor's degree to apply into the program. It means if you have a master's, you have a PhD, you have a master's, you have a bachelor's, so your bachelor's is still considered. You just have to convince them enough, be smart. So that is the reason we are saying that you don't need to be brilliant. You don't need to have a 3.9 GPA. You should be very smart. And those smart ways are what I actually touched on in my earlier delivery, that make sure that the research interest you are picking kind of is actually aligning with some professors in the department, at least 3 of them or 2 of them. It means if Professor A takes the master's students, Professor B also working in the same research field, we want another student, and you might be the lucky one, and keep the constant communication going on. And regardless of your GPA, you stand a chance to land this assistantship things we are talking about. The communication is the key here, and knowing what you want to do and how convincing you are. And don't be scared to actually schedule an appointment with an advisor. You can tell the advisor that, oh, I really want to have the discussion with you via, let's say, I don't know, Zoom meeting on air or any other meeting that is actually willing to, so that you'll be able to actually communicate with the person verbally. The reason why you have to communicate with these particular people, let's say, through those Zoom meetings is that you're not actually only looking at, let's say, you being brilliant, but then you expressing yourself is also very important, right? So let's say the master students might have put in his application and not willing to do what you are doing. It means you have the edge a little bit, but regardless, research is important. So put yourself in that position that you want it, even though you don't have it now. You understand? So that is what I want to say.
Okay, let Kingsford add a little to it before you go, G.
So, a quick one, D and all those who are listening to us. I think it has been a very extensive and intense conference about the BA to PhD or BSc to PhD or BEd to PhD, BTech to PhD, various type of bachelor's degree. If you are listening to us, this is not a race. It is a marathon, or it is not like a sprint. It is a marathon. Let me put it that way. So, if you intend to apply in 2025, one of the recommendations I would give to you is that start volunteering your professors. Reach out to them. Your undergrad professors, some are doing research. Try and engage with them. As you are doing the application, don't only put all your time on the application. Some of you, I will recommend, try as much as possible to submit a paper. Try. It shouldn't be a pediatric journal, a medium-sized journal. Like, we didn't know these things. Sometimes it's just not our fault. We didn't have this experience.
Yes, but it looks like you are coding the thing. It sounds like you are coding.
Yeah, but one key advice, if I was to give my younger self again for applying to this study abroad, is that I would try as much as possible to turn out my undergrad paper into a medium-sized journal. It can even be a paper under review, and you put it on the CV. And that can even be your, how do they call it, a writing sample. Connect your professors back in Ghana, even your seniors. Some of your friends were very good in this software, coding and stuff. Collaborate, right? And then lastly, if you are in undergrad or if you have a brother in undergrad, please don't joke with your academics. That is what I would say. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. D, you are so blessed. Shy Guys also want to add something to that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So like Kingsford said, right, and also Nana Kweku, having a research is important. Like, I wish I had a paper before I even started my PhD. I always thought having a paper is not important. I had my undergraduate thesis and then my master's thesis, right? But I didn't publish any of these things because I thought they were not really, I wasn't really interested in those things. But then now I'm doing my PhD and then I had to start writing, right? And then in the US, there's something called, EB2NIW, and having research helps a lot. So with all of that, I wish I had, taken that advantage, publish all those stuff. So that is on the side. But then when it comes to PhD application, what I'm trying to tell you is that I didn't even have any paper when I applied and I got into the PhD program, right? So you don't really need a paper, like maybe undergraduate thesis or something, but you don't really need to have a published paper before you get into it. But then if you are competing with somebody and then everything is the same, if the person has it, then the person will be ahead of you, right? That is where that comes in. When it comes to PhD, based on my observation, what really counts, especially in economics, is do you have the GRE? If you have the GRE, it's even more important than your GPA for PhD applications, based on what I observed. So it depends on the communication program. Do they require the GRE? If they do, then doing well is what is going to separate you from somebody else, not even the GPA, because GPAs are always subjective. So that is what I can say. If you don't have a research, yes, like Nakweku said, the research interest is a big deal. Like because PhD is about research. So in your personal statements and all of that, you need to identify an area that you want to contribute. So that is, but you don't have to have a paper before you get into a good PhD program. And also for most of the universities in the US, for the top universities in the US, they don't have master's degrees. They move from bachelor's to PhD. So it means you are going to compete with other people, a lot of people, and that is where the competition. So if you can beat that competition, then you can get into PhD straight away. So that's what I can say.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you so
please,
much.
can I please ask a follow-up
Hey,
question?
D, with
Please.
all this, no.
Please,
With all
you
this,
see about the
no. It's not about anything. Hey, only one person. You've got like 5 different submissions. You still have a follow-up. You follow up on the social media handles and let's continue from there. We can only, I don't want us to surpass 4 hours because we have already spoken too much. So the last person is Aite. We can only have Aite and then we call it
okay
for now.
okay
Aite,
good evening.
We don't want to
Good
surpass 4
evening.
hours. Let's hear from you. Good evening.
Please, I want to have one question, and the question is, I applied to Illinois UIC fall 2025, and during the application, I paid the application fee in addition to the evaluation credential fee. So I want to know, can I reach out to the university to request for the West evaluation form, or
Okay,
so that I
so
can use it to apply to different
UIC,
schools?
so UIC, okay, so UIC, their system is that they do internal evaluation, right? You paid internally.
Okay.
So that is not West Evaluation. West Evaluation is a different company altogether doing their own thing. So this is something they took to do it internally. So what they are doing for you is not the West Evaluation. That's what you should, know at the first place. But so whether you can get that copy, let me ask Mr. Fred about that.
No. So that's interesting. I think that's a smart idea, but unfortunately, mostly it's because it's an internal thing. They may not want to give it to you. There's no harm in trying. I'm sure you're talking about University of Illinois Springfield, right? Yeah. So
Sure.
the good thing is that their internal evaluation is less expensive compared to the WES and all that. But if you knew you wanted to use the evaluation to apply to more schools, I would have suggested that you had, done either the Spantran or the WES so that they can send it to those schools. But like I said, there's no harm in trying. You can email them. Let's see how it goes. As to whether the other schools are also going to accept an evaluation from another university, that's also another thing.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Aite, thank you so much, and thanks for being our last guest for the day. So, guys, I know it's very interesting. We still have about 2,040 people watching on all other media platforms, including our guests streaming on their pages as well. I must say today's session has really, really been very, very insightful, very educative, very informative. Everything, with TIV, it has been everything all put together. And I must say thank you so much for joining in. But before we go, let me take the last submissions of the panel who we still have on. So let me start from Ivagas. Ivagas has been quiet for quite some time now. So let's hear from Ivagas on what he has to say for the last. Evans, you are muted. Kindly unmute and let's hear you.
Yeah, so please, they should keep on keeping on. I think one of the recent findings I've made is the fact that the US educational system intake is going to drop in the year 2025 and 2026. The number of high school students who are coming into college is going to drop based on US.news, and it's something I've been following. So this is a great opportunity for most of the schools to take a lot of international students because of the drop that we're going to see 2025, 2026. So I beseech everybody that this is a great opportunity to keep on putting in the application. Don't stop until you see positivity, because actually coming here is really, really good, and it's helped some of us gain certain heights that we would have never imagined. So thank you very much for having me on this great platform, and hi to everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Evans. Let me just continue on that line. So let me bring Shy Guys. Mr. Shy Guys, let me have you.
Yeah, what I want to say is that thank you so much for the opportunity. I have actually learned a lot, and it was nice, answering questions and all of that. And maybe we should do this again, one day. And then to the students, I always say that everyone has the ability to come to the US to study on full scholarship. Everyone has it. But then the question is, are you willing to put in the work? Because it's work. It's a lot of work, and nobody can do more than you can do for yourself. And the information is actually simple and straightforward. Like everything you need is actually there. If you don't meet the requirements, what can you do? And always check the funding information first. Like all these things, most of you guys know already. So yeah, I wish you the best, and I believe if you do the right thing, if you put in the work, if it doesn't go well, try again, because I have fallen down so many times. Like I've made a lot of mistakes, but we keep moving, and then you're like, oh wow, so I was here, now I'm here. So yeah, it's all possible. So I wish you guys the best, and yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Shai. I really appreciate your time in here. We still have Doctor here. We still have. Okay, Doctor, are you there? Okay, Sewa is ready. Let's bring Sewa on. Sewa.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Okay, so give us your sign out message. You are muted. Kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Okay, so Sewa is muted. Okay.
I'm unmuted now. Well, I don't have much to say. I just want to say thank you for giving us this platform to share what we can with everybody else, and grateful to everyone too for joining, and to the other people who spoke. It was very insightful. I have learned a lot. So I'm wishing everyone the best, and I am praying with them. Like, this is a great opportunity that I think everyone should have a chance to experience. And have a good night.
Thank you. Have a good night too. Thank you so much, Sewa. We really appreciate you here. Okay, so let's bring Kingsford on. Mr. King.
Yeah. I said let me go after Sewa because I was reflecting. You know, when you sent me the flyer, I was reflecting when I was in Ghana as a teaching assistant, watching Shaibu, and also, you know, when we began this, Fred also helping us out. You know, it is interesting, right? I remember his words. Gratitude is a must. When he said his testimony about how he got to go to Ohio. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this to see how far we have come, right? If you have seen us do it, you can also do it. And I remember I told Fred that I've gotten this school, blah, blah, blah. He called me instantly and I was like, hey, this guy overcharged me and something, you know. So all I'm trying to say is like we've all been helpful, right? You've seen Fela doing it, and now the new media have broken all the gatekeepers. There are no more gatekeepers in these systems. Some of us were coming from a very humble background, but we all made it. So I want to inspire you. I want to, if you have stayed till this 4 hours, please, there is no iota or antidote of, you know, inspiration you need again. Prof. Aqua 4 or 5 times, William 6 times. We've heard crazy stories. Pray into it, whatever you believe in. Be prayerful, invest, and then be diligent. There is something called the law of diligence. The law of diligence. The law of diligence. Don't joke with it. Be diligent. Search for the schools. Again, it is not a marathon. Sorry, it is not a sprint. It is a marathon. Be strategic. I recommend, if you can, those who are looking for PhD and research-based programs, if you can work on the research skills, start working on the software, start learning the Stata, the R, the Python. Don't wait till you come here, okay? The program here is very rigorous, depending on what you want to do. So invest, and then please, again, I repeat this. If your brother is in university, tell them to study very well. Don't let them joke with their GPA. And I thank my seniors who join us. So feel like if you don't know, they are the gurus. I repeat again. The gurus start from, Dr. Kofi and Co, who came, for them, they came way ago. But for them to, in as much as they were doing these top degrees, to step out on YouTube and we saw them alone, I think it was only Ghanaian I watched, if I remember very well then. So it is very inspiring, just to kind of let you know how you guys have been a blessing to us. And to those who are watching us too, when you come to, don't sit on the information, help the others. So that is what I want to say. It's such a very reflective moment. Yeah, bye-bye.
All right. Thank you so much, Kingsford. Doctor, are you there? Okay, it looks like Doctor is a bit busy. Before Nana Kwaku comes, we are signing now. So your sign out message, just like Nana Kwaku said, is heat. So drop some heat at the comment section for the heat man. So Nana Kwaku, let's hear from you.
Yeah, I want to touch on some insightful quotes that were being developed. So the first one is look at the admissions requirements. The second one is constant communication. The third one is if you can't fly, run, or walk, or crawl, or swim, what matters is you getting to the destination point. And according to the law of large numbers, as n approaches infinity, the application pool becomes highly competitive. So beware of free applications. And the other one was that this is not about being brilliant, but it's being smart. All what I want to say is that I'm so excited today to be here with is it the Fred effect? Case for the they've been a blessing to me so much. We're back in Ghana. There is no video about Kings for Donina and the Freddy Fair that I've never watched when I was in Ghana. Even if it's about just normal communication, I'll watch it. That was what I was using my data for. So in as much as there is a lot of things that you can watch during your free time, make it a point to be watching their videos on YouTube, and it will be a blessing to you. Don't stop until you get into the destination points, being it swimming, walking, or running. I'll end my delivery here. Fela, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to actually have a communication with the big gurus. You understand?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Sarah, is there any other thing you want to add? Okay. So let's pick okay, Mr. Fred, let's pick you.
So shout out to Eddie at the background. He's a huge part of the team, and feel like I think tonight you sleep with a conscious mindset that what you have done will change a lot of lives. It may not reflect today. Some people will get to your kids and tell them that Fela did something like this and it changed my life. The great people you were able to bring together, to get this done is amazing. I have always been a positive guy. So what I keep telling people is that please be positive. There are a lot of things on earth you can focus on. In a world full of a lot of negativity, misinformation, and all that, you can always stay positive. Today, I was listening to Danko, and he was saying that, if you decide to focus on the negative things and what will go bad, you will definitely meet that. But if you focus on positivity, notwithstanding whatever anybody says, everything is going to be fine. That's all my message for today.
Wow. Okay. That is all the message for today. Nana Kwaku, do you want to say something? Okay, so guys, today has really been awesome. I wish we never closed, but it's been a good 4 hours already to meet with all these amazing people. I don't want to mention the names again. They have all spoken and we all saw them. So what you have to do now is to go on the social media pages, whether it be YouTube or TikTok or Instagram or X. Go and follow all these amazing people. If you want to give me the same thing, I really appreciate that. Kindly subscribe to my YouTube page. The same name, Fela GHTV, the same name on TikTok, the same name on IG, and then on X, on all the other social media platforms. I do have a WhatsApp group. We have about 5 WhatsApp group already, about nearly 5,000 people who are learning a lot about their study abroad. If you're interested, go to my TikTok page. Kindly follow me there, and under my bio you will see the WhatsApp link is there. Copy, send it to someone on WhatsApp or anywhere, and then click through the shared link and request to join the WhatsApp group. I've always been your host or your guy or your man or whoever it is, Fela GATV. I would hope to see you another day, and I can't wait to see you in the US. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.